Yeah, that's not the big.
I have a quick question before we start. All right, so right now I'm an all-in player, right? All in for 700 big blind antes, 1K. Right now I can win that whole 1K.
Yeah.
With the ante first. I win all 1K with the ante, plus anyone matching the 700. If we're switching it to blind first, should I only be able to win 700 from that pot? From the 1K ante in the center? Or do I still get all? 7. I have 700 all in short in mid position. No. I'm not big blind. I'm mid position. I'm all in for 700. Under current rules, I win all 1,000 of the ante. Under the right, and 700 times whoever who calls. With if it's not ante first anymore, should I still win all of that ante? You do. So we're not changing that at all. Should we discuss it or should we leave it? Done. Thanks. Assume everybody who got this is true. Danny gets a little harder. Yeah. Perfect. I was actually looking at the price, it's like so much. First, let me solve the problem. Oh, that's good. That's six. Late night steak man. That's cross beer. That's cross beer. Oh, totally. Couldn't imagine getting to a soon. Or garage wine. Garage chocolate chicken. Right. So, what time is it? It's not flight. Yeah. And if I think that the doesn't go on the top of it. Yeah. Very much. Is that favorite statement? Yeah, just wanted to. Who won the time? Let's say it was the Jesus. Oh, yes. So you love the chicken. No. You gotta make sure it's yellow. What? Nice. Nice.
That still sign this one might be get canceled. Yeah.
There's no Justin. So you help you know, if you don't call it in the equivalent. Some people. Yeah, it's funny. Oh, you can see a bad. You have. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to day two. Just about ready to get started. Just a couple technical things we're working on here. Got some great guest speakers today.
Come December in the WPT World Championship when it's 12:01 and Savage says, "Come on, let's go, let's go." I'm going to remind him of this day too.
Just say it. Shuffle up a deal. Just say it. Who cares? Not ready.
All right. How many of you in the room run satellites? Cool. How many of you in the room have run what we call a milestone satellite? All right. These are amazing things. I really, for years, I've been trying to do something, concepts that would be uh, better way to do them. Satellites, as you know, in the past have always had a way of players stalling or making deals on the same table. I know that out of Borgata, Kelly, you guys used to have the biggest issues in the world with players that would just say, all right, let's just fold all the way around and do this so that we don't have to play a hand and everybody else will bust out. We'll win those seats. Satellites to me are the most important thing in poker tournaments because I think that's the way we generate the most seats. That's the way we can get the player that maybe doesn't have the full buy-in to get in. So it's some of the most important things in the world to me, and for our events on the World Poker Tour and events around the world. So I thought of some new concepts. I had something called a one and done. It worked pretty well. We removed players with chips from chips as they were the chip leader of the tournament, and it was a way to reward aggression, which I thought was a good thing. And the milestone tournaments that they're running at the Win also do the same. They're doing the similar thing at the World Series called landmark tournaments. But I brought in Ryan Beauregard. He is the poker director of operations at the Win Las Vegas. So let's give Ryan a round of applause. I don't know if you had a chance to play over at the Win, but in Encore, it is some of the most amazing tournaments. It is a beautiful room. I like to say it's the best view on the strip when you're playing poker tournaments. Um, Usually on the weekends, by the way. And I think that the milestone tournaments have been truly groundbreaking. For the World Poker Tour Championship in December, we had, I don't know, 500, 600, 700 players that won their way through these milestone satellites. So we're going to talk a little bit about it. If you haven't run one yet, uh, we're going to start with that. I want to talk about the milestones. Um, Brian, give us the pitch. What is a milestone satellite?
Sure. So I'll go back just a quick backstory, right? And I'll give Matt credit and the folks over, Poker Stars. I think everybody had it on their mind, right? We knew that the satellite system was broken, quote unquote broken, and the biggest challenge was to figure out how to get people to continue to play, right? And it really hit us hardest. I want to say it was just before the first WPT World Championship in 2022. We literally had 4 or 5 tables where the players had agreed. They're basically like we knew they agreed. They were just trying to fold their way through, and it was definitely broken, right? So we took some of Matt's ideas and we took some of the ideas that were happening across the pond, and we said, okay, how can we really figure out how to force people to keep playing? And what we came up with was obviously the milestone, which was, when they accumulate that amount of chips, they're just going to win their seat. What happens is it ultimately creates this great paradigm where, as the seats decrease, as players win their seats, now you end up with, it keeps adjusting. The amount of seats goes down. Another player wins their seat, it goes down again. Players can't simply sit there and wait to make their way into the money, which is the key. They do end up finishing a little bit quicker. You can still put on a very good structure, and they end up finishing a little bit quicker. And one of the other bonuses that we really noticed is that players who would normally buy in to, let's say, a 10K event, we're getting more of those players playing the satellites now because the structure is a little bit better, and they know that they can outplay the field and reach the milestone. They could get in there and get out in 3 hours. They hit the milestone, they get out. So we're seeing a lot of, people that historically probably hadn't played milestones that would now take a crack at it, and that increases your satellite numbers, which is great. Then ultimately, what happens is, let's say they satellite in, they fire a bullet. Now they're just going to buy in for their next bullet, right? So you're actually increasing entries too.
Yeah, some of the things that maybe I don't even understand or other people don't understand is how does it work? How you buy in for, let's say it is for our 10,000 championship. The buy-in is like 1,100, right? How much of that goes to the prize pool? Then what do you do as far as how do you win that milestone?
Right. So it's obviously a function of, let's say it's a we'll just say it's a 1 in 8 type satellite, right? What we generally do is there's a couple different options. Um, you could make it so that when the 1 in 8 equates to the chips, let's say it's 80, let's say they start in 10K in chips, when they reach 80,000, they're out. What we do, meaning they're out, meaning they win their seat. What we do is we actually inflate that number a little bit so that, in this case, let's say they would have to reach 100,000. So it's not exactly 1 in 8. And what that does is it forces them to keep playing, and then we remove the chips from play once they reach the milestone. And in doing so, it reduces the amount of chips that are in play and continues to force people to continue to play. Right, as it makes chips more scarce. Now the average bigs goes down, and it continues to make everybody play all the way through until they reach the paradigm where now it finishes as a regular satellite.
Okay, so in that situation, you're saying you could do it that way. Now, there's some others doing it different ways. Maybe Toby could talk to a little bit about that. They do a milestone differently in that what they will do. Explain it, Toby.
We do two different types of tournaments like this. We call them win your seats, and you have to win your seat at a certain target amount. And we more or less do 1 in 10, but you can do 1 in 5, 1 in 6, but you can do whatever you want. Obviously, the buy-in has to match the 1 in 5, 1 in 6, 1 in 7, 8, 1 in 9 in 10. So we do two types of qualifiers. We do a qualifier where you can win multiple seats, and we do that because at the EPT, we just don't get the opportunity of many low buy-in tournaments. So instead of having that as a pure qualifier where you must play the tournament, we allow people to buy in multiple times and win multiple. We don't even call them qualifiers to an event. We call them like qualifier to 1,100 or qualifier to 2,200. And again, we just do that so there's more opportunity for those lower buying players to have something to play. Otherwise, they literally have the main event, the first main event, which is 1,000, like the cup, which is 300 or 500. So it just gives more opportunity for those guys to play. And in those tournaments, if you reach higher than your target amount, let's say it's 100K, if you reach 110, at that point, we will take away the 100,000 in chips and you'll continue playing on with the 10,000. So it's quite simple. You can win multiple seats. Now, in most other tournaments, we do qualifiers for a lot of our key events. That'll be like the EPT High Roller, the EPT main event, some of the 25K high rollers that we do, and then there's some other key events. And these ones, they're seat only. So once you reach the target amount, you cannot win another seat. Okay, because we obviously want as many seats in that tournament rather than one person winning 4, 5, 6, 7 seats. So at this stage, when you reach your target amount, and let's say you've got 10,000 more, so let's say it's 100K, and you've got 10,000 more at the point you've reached your target amount, then you are removed from the table, you are awarded a seat, you cannot continue playing, and the 10K is distributed amongst every player who was dealt into the hand. And essentially, that's kind of the difference between like the milestone. I understand the milestone format. The issues with that is obviously is the chip amount is constantly changing. The target amount is constantly changing. So since we've introduced this, our satellites have grown by around 30% in the last 2 years. Now I don't know how much of that is organic growth because we have been growing anyway, and how much of that is because players just like it. We did some polls on it a few times. I've done some polls on this, maybe 3 or 4 times over the years, and it was generally supported by the players. But some players don't like it because it's a completely change of strategy. So players have to really adjust how they play. So you've got some people they people don't like change, right? You know, so a lot of people, some people don't like it, but we've been doing them now for I think pre-COVID actually, so probably around 4 years. And like I said, they've increased the satellites for us by 10 or 20%. So they're very easy to run. There's no bubble anymore. As he said, they're faster. There's no more chip theft, which is a huge plus in my opinion. We used to always lose chips in satellite. We have like 10 different sets, and we have very strict rules on which sets we use for which tournament to try to avoid, people taking chips from one and sticking them in another. We have procedures around when we introduce chips, how we introduce chips, all this kind of stuff. I'm sure you all do the same thing, but we just don't see any chip theft anymore in those tournaments, and that's a massive, for me, that's a game changer. And probably one of the reasons why I will never go back to running a satellite, because I've had those problems where they all agree to check around, and I've had to break tables. I've broken table, and you're all going in straight to the big blind for when we've had things like that. So yeah, I'm a big advocate of them. I know Matt might try and change my mind about redistributing chips here today. He may, and he may succeed or he may not. I'm not sure. Um, Good question. Ask me later. Yeah, that's it, really, I guess.
I would just touch on one thing Toby said in that he just brought up a good point. One thing that we've been doing that might work well for some of y'all at your own places, we've introduced things called the double play or the triple play, meaning if it would normally be a satellite with an $1,100 that would win an $1,100 buy-in, right? We'll give them two $1,100 buy-ins or three $1,100 buy-ins because if you have a long series that has a similar amount of tournaments at that price point, now to his point, they can use, let's say they win two, they could use them for the same event, they could use them for different events down the way, and ultimately the field size gets bigger because now they say, look, I can play this one and I can win three tickets into the three events that I want to play. So those have been kind of cool.
Yeah, I'm so happy that these guys are running the satellites. I'm even though I don't wouldn't run it the way that Toby does, I still think obviously doing it is such a great way to get players into the tournament. So Toby, in your tournament, if players are at that table and they get involved in a big hand, other players can actually win their seats by not even playing that hand. Correct. Right.
Yes, it can happen. Technically, yes, it can happen, but I mean, they did play the hand. You can't get any chips if you're a new player to the table and someone just one hand and there's an extra K championships and you didn't play that hand, then no, you don't get chips. So technically, they played that hand. But yes, you could say have 99. You know, DC wins his seat and 1,000 gets distributed to everybody. Then yes, technically you would get a seat from the redistribution. Yeah.
In your model, the only way to win a seat is to actually reach the milestone. Like there's no paradigm where it turns into a regular satellite because you have 10
No.
player 10 players for 9 seats, right?
Yeah, we've looked at that, the hybrid format. We've looked at it, and it's something I might try in the future. I just find I think it's a little more complicated for everybody to understand. Really, this way is the most simple way. I understand there's some integrity issues around it, and so I'm not necessarily opposed to the hybrid, and I do plan to maybe run one, see how it runs, see how complicated it is, see if players can. But I'm definitely the KISS person. Keep it simple, stupid, as I won't say who, but somebody coined that phrase a long time ago. Like a lot of my decisions are based on that. I do like to keep it simple. I want everybody to understand what's going on. I don't want players really being confused about stuff. So that's probably one of the reasons why it's kept me more on this side of the felt. But I probably will do some hybrids and see how they work out. Yeah.
I would say just keep in mind the milestone, it doesn't change, right? If it's 120,000, it's 120,000 all the way through. Right. So what happens is you're going to come to a point where there's 10 seats, excuse me, 9 seats left for 10 players. Now, if a player wins a seat because they reach the milestone, now there's 9 players left for 8 seats. So it continues going down. Whereas if somebody just eliminates somebody, now you're at the perfect paradigm. It's 9 for 9, and everybody gets a seat. So it finishes very clear, very cleanly. But what it does is, as they get to that point, they just have to keep playing, right? Because if you either have to wait for the milestone, you either have to win the milestone, or you have to try to wait out somebody else. But as you try to wait out somebody else, if somebody else reaches a milestone, now you're down another seat. You're still one or two away, right? So it forces people to continue to keep playing. Yeah, no need to change the
All right. So that's cool. If you have more questions about that later, feel free to ask me.
Matt,
I can help you out with that.
Cabin, Gardens Casino.
Yeah.
So just want to clarify because I did play a couple years ago in the milestone, yeah, at the Win, and what I found, obviously, it's great the action, but once the milestones are reached, you actually end up with a regular type of satellite at the end because you got to play down to the number of seats left. So what we did is we started running those at the Gardens Casino in our WPT events, but we added an extra hybrid, if you will, mystery bounty to it. So we ran a milestone mystery bounty mega satellite, which is a mouthful.
Now I agree with you. Keep it keep it simple.
So you could, we do it just for thank you. So but the cool thing about it is the milestone. I think the whole point is we want action, right? We want players to accumulate chips. We want players to act in a timely manner, right? And so what we end up getting, and we want players to eliminate other players. So our milestones with the mystery bounty, in other words, with the bounty on top of it, it creates all three of those things because never is anybody folding aces pre-flop or waiting out. There's no waiting out with the mystery bounty. So how it works is the same thing. Milestone start with 20,000, you get to 200,000, whatever X you want to make it. And then once you get down to like say 20% or 40, sorry, we would do 40% of the money, or 20% of the money, depending on what your buying is, the bounties would kick into play. So once the field gets down to that amount, bounty chips come out. So now at that point, you're either trying to get the milestone of 100,000 or knock a player out. And you can only win one bounty at a time. So if you do knock somebody out and you're not over that threshold, you actually get to open up the mystery bounty envelope. And you guys all know the excitement around mystery bounty envelopes. So it's a 50-50 chance of getting a seat or a zonk. So we actually open an envelope and it says zonk or it is a seat. There's no whammies, right? The whammy is the seat. So right, so the whammy, the zonk. Yeah, just the zonk. So anyway, what it does though is it's a milestone, which is really good. It speeds up the game. But once we get down to, like I said, let's say 20% of the field, if 10% are getting seats, 20% of the field is when bounties come out. So the math is simple. The bounty 50% of the envelopes are a seat, 50% are a zonk. And if you don't know what a zonk is nothing, zero, zilch. So if you knock somebody out, you have a 50-50 chance of getting either a seat or keep playing. If you get a zonk, you just keep playing. All the money's going to the seats, and
part of the prize pool was a bounty. That was recommended by a player, but I stopped doing them because I won all that money in tickets. As Matt said, they're very important. So even though players liked it, I won't run them anymore.
Yeah.
You won that money in tickets. I don't want to make
all of the money goes into the tickets except the obviously the residual, right? Any odd money. And then this is also a nice feature at the end because if there is any residual money, not enough for a seat, once that last seat is given away, whoever has the chip lead of whoever's left gets that residual. So you're always playing to accumulate chips. You're always playing to knock players out. And because the seats are going away fast, you're playing fast. So again, knock players out, accumulate chips, and play in a timely manner. The events last so much shorter. There is no hand for hand wait, this and that. And the dealer downs go up and the payroll goes down. So I just took what I thought you guys did, which was awesome. And I just, in playing it, experiencing it and seeing what can we do we don't want to go, even though it's great for 80% or 90% of the event, but that last 10%, it goes to a traditional satellite technically. And so we just put the chocolate in the peanut butter, if you will, made a Reese's peanut butter cup out of it. So anyway, that's our take on it. And I love what you guys are all doing too.
All right. Cool. All right. So, if anybody wants to know about my one and dones, with kind of the first ones to actually pull out chip leaders, we did that. Basically, I'll give you a quick run through. It's if you were giving away 40 seats, you would award 5 players chip leaders at certain stages. You pick a level. End of this level, whoever's the chip leader, go to the cage, you get your seat. We pull those chips out of play. Next level, pull those chips out of play. When we got down to 35 players, because we pulled 5 out, giving 40 seats, we would have 5 8-handed tables. All 8-handed tables would then have to lose 1 player at each table. So it's a shootout. So each table's playing on their own. You lose 1 player at your table, 7 players go get their seats. It works out a lot better for the stage of getting people to get their seats and get out of there. And it makes people play poker. Yeah, that's our job, to make people play poker. Paul and I have this thing. Anyway, that's cool. If you want any more information about that, I'm sure I'll give you Ryan's phone number at the end of this. Next thing we're going to talk about which Ryan's doing is mystery bounties. Now, mystery bounties kind of took over the poker world in what year?
Uh, I think it was the summer. It was the summer of COVID. First summer back from COVID. What year was that?
21.
21 it was.
21. And it's an idea that was, how do you explain how that?
Yeah, I mean, so Ray Pulford, TD, Win TD, and myself, and some other folks, for years, and I would say that this probably isn't something that only we had been thinking about, right? Which is how to spruce up bounty tournaments. How do you make it more exciting? Jack and the World Series, came out with the mystery on the schedule, and then the series was canceled, and nobody knew how it was going to be run. And I think that I had even heard some people say, "Man, they weren't even sure how they were going to run it. They just put it out first." I don't know if that's true or not, but it's kind of a funny story. So look, we had a lot of time, so we put our heads together and tried to figure it out, and that's what we came up with. We basically withhold a certain amount from each buy-in that goes to the bounty pool. Then come day two, we know exactly how many players are in day two. Take the bounty pool and divide it by the amount of players, and figure out how many bounties of each unit we want to distribute. For those of you that run these things in 1 days, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how you do it, but
There's
Godspeed.
actually one today at the RA if you'd like to join.
So you can tell us how you do the 1 days, because that was something I always was a little bit scared to tackle.
All right. So some of the things that, if you're going to run these tournaments, there are some, I don't know, technical procedures that you should be following. And there's reasons for this. Security. Can you talk a little bit about security of these events?
Sure. So I would say that there's two things that I'm pretty fearful of running poker tournaments. One is missing a huge guarantee, which I think we're all fearful of. The second one is getting down to the final 2 players and reaching into the drum, and there's only one envelope, right? So when we first started running these, that was it still is my top priority, right? Is how do we ensure that a we are correct and the correct amount of envelopes go in the drum. B, the drum is protected throughout the day, so nobody can sneak out 2 envelopes. And C, when the envelopes go in there, are we sure they're secure, right? So our procedure for doing this, and I'll give you a quick overview. We come in the morning, we know how many envelopes we need. We count the envelopes. We count the actual prize slips that we determined. We have 2 stacks. They match exactly. All right. We take those envelopes and those prizes. We bring them to a third-party division within our company. Generally, it's our cage, our director of our cage. We bring them 2 boxes of donuts, and we say, "Hey guys, fill these envelopes for us and deliver them with the security guard at 11:55. 5 minutes before the tournament starts." And the reason we do that is because I don't want anybody to think that the poker team had anything to do with stuffing the envelopes. While we all trust our staff, I want to do it. I want to count the envelopes. I want to count the prizes. I want to make sure everything matches, so that A, we're going to balance at the end, but B, so that there's no funny business that could happen, right? So these things go to the cage. They stuff them in the back of the cage area somewhere, and they deliver them with security guard. What we do is we do mix them all up. We go through them with the cage. We confirm what's on our sheet. They check them all off. So it's almost a triple check as far as making sure that all the envelopes are correct. And then we shuffle them. Then we leave. They stuff them. They deliver them. Hopefully that means that by the time the envelopes get to the drum, they're all mixed up. They go on the drum, they get mixed up some more. And then one important thing that I think is we actually have an opaque drum, and the reason for that is so that if somebody happened to mark an envelope,
What does
whether
opaque mean?
we have a drum that is not clear. So the goal is it's kind of double blind. A, the tickets are in the envelopes. Nobody knows what's in the envelope. B, they're going to reach in. They can't see in the drum, so that if an envelope was marked, and it's a minor thing. I certainly don't think that anybody's going around marking the envelopes, but you just never know. So for us, that was important. And then somebody draws, the lid closes, it gets locked until the next player needs to draw.
Awesome. How do you split a bounty?
You meaning two
If
players
two
not
players
two
knock
players knock
out,
out?
yes.
Yeah, as long as both players had a chip stack greater than the person who was knocked out, and they knock them out with the same hand, they basically split the bounty. In our rules, it states that a staff member will draw. The reason that we did that is because I didn't want the players arguing about who was going to draw. If they decide one of them wants to draw, I suppose I would let them, but I just wanted to forego that. So we said, one of the member of the poker team will draw. They'll go in and draw, and then they can hand it off, and the two players can open it themselves.
All right. Ari Engel made a point about general guidance on how to run a mystery bounty. He said, for example, keep all the public info as public as possible, including bounties that have been won. How do you do that? How do you make sure that people know what's out there, what's still available?
Yep. So at the beginning of the day, we have a little PowerPoint slide that says all the bounties that are available, and we post it around the tournament area. And as the day goes, it's not always updated completely accurately with a lot of the small bounties because they go so fast. But the best we can do is make sure that the big bounties are correct, right? So as we started this last one with 250Ks, one gets pulled and it goes down to one, right? So we do our best to keep track of those bounties, the bigger ones for sure. On the break time, sometimes if we have time, we'll go ahead and try to do a quick audit of everything that's been pulled, and then we can adjust that accordingly. It's especially important the further you get down because the players are always trying to figure out the expected value of one bounty pull, right? So that'll be a question you get all day long. I would say it would be a really a very positive thing if somebody could figure out a really good way to keep track of that and then list the expected value on the bottom, because then that actually helps the players not have to figure it out, and I think they would really appreciate that. Unfortunately, with the mysteries that we do, it's so fast and furious. We try to catch up maybe 4 hours in where we can really get a good update on them, but those first 1 or 2 hours are so quick, they're just flying out there.
Ch-
Sorry.
Test, test, test. Sorry. My one question is when we're operating these, I've seen some mystery bounty events hold one or two of the big prizes to guarantee those for final table versus some that are not doing that. Is there a consensus on how we feel about holding a big prize for the final table? We've personally never done it at Brigada, but I have seen that advertised at some events, and I'm just wondering how we feel about that as operators.
We don't do it. We considered it, and we also spoke to quite a lot of players about it. We made some polls as well with the players, and the general consensus for our players anyway was that all the prize money should be available to be won. You should not be holding any money back. That can only be won by X amount of people. Plus, obviously, the final nine they're already getting more money, right? So why would you want to hold a big bounty back? For me, it personally doesn't make sense. I was very happy when we got that answer, which was a no. So yeah, so we definitely won't be doing it.
Yeah, it would be really unfair, and there would also be no incentivized. People wouldn't be incentivized to start pulling bounties until you put all the big ones in, actually, even. And it's the reason mystery bounties are there is because people can actually get a min cash and still get a very big prize. So as Toby says as well, they're already playing for a prize pool. You want to, all the prizes should be in there, and it's not fair for everybody. And if possible, indeed, you want to update as much as possible remaining bounty prizes. If you want to promote poker as a strategical game, because your strategy can change throughout the tournament based on the mystery bounties that are left. But with K Hold'em, for example, that we use, it's actually all automated, so we can just publish everything and it's
Yeah,
on the
I'll
screen.
talk about that a little bit more. Basically, on K-Holder, well, the system that we use, it's basically all automated. So you can't. We have some procedures, as you do, for the security aspect of it, to make sure that everything, like no one can cheat, that the dealers can't cheat, that I can't do anything. I don't want to be in ever a position where someone can even look at me and say you could have done this. So I kind of remove myself from the process. But we end up with like a huge screen displayed in the area, and it shows how many bounties a total, what the values are, what's been taken, what's been drawn, and the remaining total value of the bounties. So basically, if you win a bounty, you come up, it's a closed box. We don't have a drum. All right, it's a closed box. It's envelopes inside. They're kind of stacked against each other. It'd be very difficult to see if any of them were marked. You pull a card out, and then the floor will scan the QR code on the ticket that we put in there, along with the kind of the nice, big PokerStars branded value amount. They scan it and they assign it to a player in the tournament. You can't assign it to anybody else. It can only be assigned to a player in the tournament, and automatically, immediately, it will come off the board. So at all times, all players can see exactly what's up there, what's been drawn, and what's been remaining. And we developed that ourselves in our system, and obviously that took money and time, but it's working very well. It's labor intensive, which is probably why most of us here don't like running these tournaments. They are a pain in the ass to run, but they are here to stay, I think. I don't think it's a fad.
So John from Poker Oz is over there in the corner. Hey, John, can we get that?
Next week, John. Next week. Yeah, bro. Ryan's actually just installed Poker Atlas, so if you have a chance to get over to the Win and see it, I'm sure that Ryan and his team would be happy to show you all the bells and whistles as well.
I just want to say one more thing about the bounties up top, right? When we first started this, one of the goals was to it really helps to spread the variance out and spread the money around the field for the day two players, right? And if you have your mystery bounty ratio correct, meaning the top players are still playing for 65-66% of the money, right? Because generally we try to hold a third of the, give or take a third out for the bounty prize pool. They're still playing for enough money. They still have a chance for those big bounties. But now, the players who are coming in, middle stacked or short stacked, who might only last for an hour or two, are going to get a chance to draw something, huge. So it really helps to spread out help spread the money out, which in my opinion is always a good thing.
Player Matt Affleck suggested that you guys do whammies. You guys do some that are zero in the future. So just an idea. Just do zonks. But yeah, zero money that you get. And
It sounds like I'm going to go play
he thinks it would
Gavin's next mystery.
be a lot more fun if somebody went up there and pulled a zero, slide it out, and it was zero. No? Yeah. There you go. I like it.
Another thing you can do, I'm not sure if anyone's doing it, but we have draw again cards. So if we're taking 500 from the prize pool as part of the bounties, we have some rules where in certain tournaments the minimum is 500, or the maximum, or the minimum is twice what the bounty part is, depending on the buy-in and what proportion of the buy-in goes into the prize pool. But we have draw again, so it'll be the lowest amount, and it'll just say 500 draw again, which means they get to draw again. And we throw in around 5% of those into each one, and the players kind of like it. So it's something that you could do.
Yeah, agreed. We also do the same. We actually throw in one draw three too. So it's a $500 plus a draw three. And to your point, players love it. I would just say if you're going to do it, be very cautious.
Get the numbers
Be
right.
very cautious on your spreadsheet. Exactly, because don't forget that you have to count those. It's not just about the 200 players that are in day two now. You have to add in those extra envelopes for the draw agains.
Hey, I'm Landon from Deerfoot Casino, Calgary. So I always worried about how the event would scale depending on how many entries you get. So if you're guaranteeing prizes up top and then you don't get enough entries, then your average bounty is like quite a bit lower. So what we do is set the average bounty at like one buy-in. So $600 event, we're taking $200 bounty. Average bounties are $600. We do 1 day events, only pay out bounties in the money. And then I have my top bounties as a percentage of the bounty pool. So that's already set. So I don't have to worry about how it scales depending on entries. It's always just going to increase the more entries that you get. We do like 12 top bounties, and then I don't have to worry about how many entries I get. I guess if you got quite a, like, not that many entries, you would be closer to your like one buy-in at the bottom end, but it can just scale however big your tournament is if you do it that way as well.
Yeah, good point. I mean, I think the key is that as long as you as long as you marry the amount that you're taking out per entry to the bounty pool, you're always, your pools are always going to have the correct ratio, right? And what we do is we say, look, the top prize may be $100,000. That's the goal. Maybe there's two of them, maybe there's three of them. But if there ever is a lackluster turnout, now you have some outs, and it doesn't necessarily have to be $100,000, right? You could go down to 50,000 or something like that. So you just have to protect yourself a little bit on that side. And then I don't know if this is worth mentioning, but for tournaments where we run in mysteries that have big guarantees, we also state that, look, if we don't hit the guarantee, this is how much is going to go to the bounty pool, and this is how much is going to go, just to cover yourself, because everything would be, if you still took the bounty amount out per entry, but you missed the guarantee by a sizable chunk, it's going to really screw the show.
Have you ever made a mistake yet on those?
Don't chink.
Yeah.
No, I don't think we have, actually.
All right.
I think it's come out every time.
Yeah. I mean, it might happen, and I've played tournaments myself, mystery bounties, where at the end, like somebody, like the last player comes, he has his two bounty tickets, and there's only one envelope left. It shouldn't happen, but we all make mistakes. The honest thing to do to cover for that player would just to pay him out the average bounty. That's the most fair thing that you can do at the start of whatever it is. So if the average bounty would have been, let's say, $1,000 at the start of the bounty procedure, that player would be due to receive $1,000 on average. So that's the amount that he should get as a player. That would be the fairest to that. But like I said, like, try to be as careful as possible. Make sure all your calculations are right. Make sure you have enough procedures that nobody can find a loophole in there. But sooner or later, like, mistakes they do happen. Uh, where do you want to start your bounties? It's up to you as an operator. You don't want to start it, for example, at the close of registration, because if you do that, basically you let players buy into the money stage already of the tournament, and that's not something that's really supported, because it's a huge advantage for those late reg players. Basically, their starting stack would be worth way much more than the buy-in if you do that. But I've seen people waiting until the money. I've seen people putting it in at 25%. The World Series does it at 5%, even with 15% paid. It's up to you as an operator, and what your local market wants for that.
I'll just add that to Kenny's point, I think we actually have it written in the rules, right? If there's an extra envelope, when they draw, it goes to the winner, and if they're short an envelope, something along the lines of what Kenny said, right? Which is they get the minimum or the second one up. I can't recall. One more quick thing. We do this as extra security, and the reason is, if you just simply use a bounty chip, all right, players can hand off those bounty chips. You don't know who won the bounty, right? Somebody comes up to the drum with a bounty chip, they can draw. You have a little bit of liability there, in that, look, somebody could have pocketed a bounty chip from a previous event. Somebody could hand it to their friend because they don't want the tax implications. We go one step further. Every time there's a bounty, we go over a little piece of paper. We record the winner of the hand, name, and player's card number. It's a two-part ticket. They get one to draw. We get one at the drum. So when they actually come up to drum, when they come up to the drum, we marry the two tickets, and that's one of the other ways that we're able to track, to make sure that the bounties are on. And if there is ever a challenge, at least we have a paper trail where we can hopefully figure it out. It is very labor intensive. But in my opinion, it was always something that was important to make sure that we didn't nobody was able to kind of pull one over or game the system. Or again, if we make a mistake, at least we have a chance of trying to back it up and figure it out.
All right. Thank you, Ryan, for that. One more thing. If there's no other questions. Uh, Ryan was bringing it up to me the other day. How many of you don't allow dogs in your poker room? Interesting. Loaded question. I understand.
We all have the same answer, I think, but yes.
Okay. What are you doing to combat this thing that's happening in poker?
So I asked Matt to put a picture of my dog up, but he said he didn't have time. I love dogs, don't get me wrong. I feel like here in Vegas, maybe we get the brunt of it because look, a lot of people come to Vegas for 2, 3, 4 weeks, and they want to bring their pets with them. It's obviously a sticky situation. Consult your legal team and so forth. Obviously, we have to allow service dogs. Um, my biggest pet peeve is seeing dogs in winners photos. Anybody who could help us stop putting dogs in winners photos would be greatly appreciated, and simply because I really think that helps. It really reinforces the fact that people can bring their dogs, and unfortunately right now we're still in a position where we can handle the situation. Maybe it's two or three, maybe it's not a problem for some of you where you live because you're more in a local area, but in Vegas it's starting to be a big challenge. So I would just ask that anything you can do to help teach players that poker room is not the best place for their dog would be helpful for the industry. Um, so what we do is obviously, service dogs are covered and generally well trained. Again, consult your legal teams, but emotional support animals for the most part are not covered. Anybody who says it's my pet, he just, not covered. You do have the right to say, and generally what I do is I'll normally say, look, I understand you already entered the tournament. Maybe they snuck past or what have you. I'll say, please, next time, please leave your pet at home, right? And the more that we can say that, the more hopefully it helps curb this because it is gonna, in my opinion, it's gonna be a bigger challenge as we continue. Anybody else? Was that just my rant?
Let me just add, in our tournaments, so we've seen a few people with their pets, and what we tell them is that you're welcome to be with your pet as long as it's not a nuisance, a distraction to the table. If it's a dog, if it's barking, we're gonna ask you to leave with your dog, and as long as it doesn't do its physiological business in the tournament area, because then it will be a health hazard. So we will then have to remove you and your dog from the premises.
Yeah, that's kind of a threat, but it's kind of may work, right? I don't know.
I don't know where he operates, to be honest with you.
Brazil.
Brazil. Okay. I mean, look, our laws here are a little maybe it's is it a big problem for you guys, or how many people are bringing dogs? We were in the very few people stage 3 or 4 years ago. We're now in the 8 to 10 per day scenario. It's getting very challenging, right? And unfortunately, I just think that as players in a big field tournament, let's say the field is 500 or 600 people, they see 4 dogs, they go, oh man, next week I'm going to bring my dog, right? And it's exponentially going to continue. So we already do that with the players. Just kidding. And that's a big challenge, right? Okay, so let's talk about service animals, which are protected, right? And people who have legitimate service animals obviously need the accommodation. So in that case, to Kenny's point, what we have done, if somebody does have a severe allergy, which we know they have a severe allergy, it's not somebody who's just trying to get a better table draw or something like that. We have given them the option to redraw into a different table. I mean, you have to do your best to move one of them, right? I don't like to do it. If I feel like somebody is just kind of bluffing and they just don't want to be at that table, maybe it's a tough table. Maybe I then move the service dog, or something like that. But it is tricky, and it's only going to continue to get trickier. So that would actually be a great, probably TDA rule as far as how to handle people that need to move because of a legitimate service animal.
Might be something to look at. All right. Let's give it up for Ryan Beauregard. Never saw any dogs in the Philippines, Lloyd. Meerkat. Meerkats. I was talking about the chickens. I saw the chickens. All right.
Well, Matt, one
Uh,
more thing about mystery bounties I think I'll bring up for the TDs. And a lot of us report to the Hendon mob. So I was curious if anybody else encountered this. Some of the when you send it out to Hendon mob, they post the winners. But do you guys sometimes they include the bounty prizes with their payout prizes, and some don't? I noticed that the World Series of Poker said they're including the bounty payouts with the payouts. So when you do send your winning results to Hendon Mob, I got some feedback that some of them weren't going through. I talked to Hendon Mob and they said, well, if you're combining the mystery bounty with their payout, that they won't post those. And I was curious if anybody else received any of that feedback because, obviously we've done some where we've had some super bounties, which is a lot like a mystery bounty thing. Anyway, so and we made sure that they had to be collected when they got their payout. So if they won like 10,000, but they had a couple extra bounties, they ended up winning 15,000. So, you know, I think the thing for Hendon Mob is somebody would have 15,000 in sixth place, but, or, a little bit less ahead of them because they didn't have as many bounties. So, so moving forward for us, we know we're going to make sure we keep, we'll have two different kind of payout sheets, even though legally, gaming wise, compliance wise, we're putting them all together. But for the information we're sending to Henmob, we'll make sure to separate that because on a couple events that we did run where we combined them and sent them over, they said they won't post them unless we separate them. So I was curious if anybody else had that feedback or had any troubles with it getting posted.
I haven't actually heard any feedback from Hendon Mob regarding that, but I honestly haven't looked into it. But yeah, the way you do it is exactly how we do it. We have an Excel sheet that we have. We have their finishing position payout, what their bounty payout was, and then we pay them one time. We pay them when they're eliminated from the tournament or when they tournament. We pay them their finishing position and then any bounties that they've accumulated along the way. They get one payout, um, prize pool or placement, bounty, and then what the cumulative prize was. I'm surprised that Hendon refuses to post that. Yeah.
And you
Surprised.
report it to Henmob that way. So just wanted to look out for it because I know a lot of us pay and a lot of the players, they want their Henmob, right, accurate. Right. Yeah, you just gotta when you send it to them. And so yeah, we did a super bounty, which again, it's like I said, it's kind of a hybrid between a knockout. It's basically it's a knockout bounty, but we just made them super bounties as opposed to mystery bounties. It's like $1,000 bounty on a one day, as opposed to, just these small ones kind of thing on like a 500 buy-in. So, it's instead of having this envelope and it's labor intensive, as you guys know, to run a one day mystery bounty, putting it this, that. Once they got into the money, we just made them super bounties because we've run them both ways. But anyway, so I just wanted to make sure so you guys if you do, when you do send it to Hen and Mob, you, I think you like said the way we're doing it, Paul. Just you have a placement, how much money, and then how many bounties on the side. Because if you combine them, they will not post it. That's the information I got directly from them, and it sounds like Justin got the same info. Since we're talking about mystery bounties, I figured I'd give you guys a heads up.
I just have two quick items with mystery bounties. Obviously, Brigada, we love them. They've been incredibly successful for us. We did guarantee an incredibly high mystery bounty prize once. Didn't have a big prize pool. Our bounties were incredibly skewed. Obviously, we took a lot for that. Since then, we've rolled out what we call mirror mystery bounties. We pay exactly the amount of mystery bounties that are in the prize pool, and our mystery bounties mirror that prize pool. So you can place are pull a first place prize, and the min mystery bounty is a min cash. In regards to what John was saying with safety issues, when we get down to our mystery bounties, we give every player a card that says a mystery bounty. We require the players to write their own information, i.e., their name and card number on that. When they have to claim that mystery bounty prize, they have to provide their MGM rewards card. And we have a list of all the players that came back from day 2. That way we can check that the player is not drawing his own mystery bounty somehow. And it requires no real labor from us on our side. The players facilitate that. And just in regards to the Hendon Mob, we pay our bounties with chips. We don't track what players take in a 1K bounty. We're not going to report that to Hendon Mob in any way. So we do the same with mystery bounties. They're paid out via chips. The only time that they have to do any tax forms is if they have an individual pull over 5K. And then we deduct the buy-in from that. So that's just 3 quick items. Hopefully that's helpful to you guys that are going to try to facilitate them.
All right. Um, real quick, do want to take a quick picture with the winner. Let's give a round of applause for our winner of the Savage Average tournament last night, Carlos Herrero Barrios. Where are you at? He actually busted me for my second one. Let's get a quick picture. Come on up.
Matt, stay till the end too to watch it all happen.
Thank you. Yeah, we had a great field. We had players in the thing that cashed from Japan, Canada, United States, Korea, Hong Kong, and Colombia. So it's amazing. Really, really great field. So thanks for being there. So Mike prepared this, and we I agreed to some changes, but he had some questions on some of these things before we move on to today's. On this one right here, Mike, what did you have here? Can you get him a mic? Red mic over there. Thanks.
So regarding the non-standard folds rule 58, that's been a long-standing rule. We're now talking about some exceptions to it. The 3 exceptions that were discussed yesterday, the first one, discarding thinking you won, that already is a stated exception to Rule 58. The 2 other exceptions that were discussed yesterday but not yet voted or agreed on, one is the big blind folding on their option when they're not facing a bet. In other words, should the dealer push those cards back to the big blind, or should the dealer go ahead and accept that as a fold and muck it? And there are 2 schools of thought here on that issue. And the next one is proposed is folding when you misunderstood the bet. If I got this right from Kelly from Borgata had proposed that. Is that right, Kelly, pretty much? So the question is whether or not there's enough consensus to accept those the big blind folding one, and then also uh, uh, pushing the cards back if the player misunderstood the amount of the bet to them, and they folded because they thought the bet was higher than what it really is. Do we want to pencil these in as exceptions to this rule, or do we want to consider those as being basically they'll be handled as rule 1 by the TD at the time of the occurrence?
So go ahead and do we need to vote on anything, or is that
Yeah, you'll need to vote, discuss, make sure where people are on these 2 issues.
okay? No. Oh,
I don't know. I feel like Mike and Neil are with me on this. Like this is a rule that's we've had for a long time, and we're trying to keep these rules simple and easy to understand, and I don't like when we have to keep putting in subsections and, little modifications and special situations for certain things. And like dealers are just in the habit of when cards are released forward of reaching for them and putting them in the muck. And I mean, there's so many different situations that like how far are we going to go when players are accidentally releasing their cards forward? It's not even an accident. These are all situations when they're doing it on purpose. They are intentionally releasing forward, and we're giving them the benefit of the doubt. We're letting them have the cards back because we know they should not have done that. Like, that's their own responsibility to know that they shouldn't have released those cards. And there's a lot of other times where they shouldn't have released their cards, like when there's Broadway on board at Showdown and it's three-way and two people open their cards and the third one just mucks. Well, he shouldn't have mucked because he plays the board. Are we now going to say that give him his cards back because he plays the board? I don't understand how that's any different than what we're saying here. And like people that are folding out of turn, they shouldn't be folding out of turn. And a lot of the times I see the dealer pushing it back and I'm just take it. Stop the action from happening. Take the cards and say, "Hold on, it's not your turn, but don't give them back." And what about when people are checking out when, it's check or bet and your options are to check or bet, but they fold the cards? We do have a current rule that says we're still going to take those cards, but are we now changing it to no, give him his cards back? Sorry, you can't. You have to check or you have to bet. Like these are all times where they should not be throwing their cards away, just like these situations. Are we changing all of this? Like I just want to be consistent. If we're going to be nice to them on certain situations where they shouldn't be throwing their cards away, then aren't we going to be nice to them on every situation they shouldn't be throwing their cards away? There's also a little bit of favoritism that could come into play with the dealers where if they like this player or they don't like this player, this guy tosses them forward. He's a dick. They're going in the muck. This guy tosses them forward. He tips me all the time. We're great buddies. Hey, here, keep your cards. No one called you yet. Or hey, there's Broadway on board. Take your cards back and open. Like I don't think we should be helping these players that are supposed to be paying attention and knowing what they're responsible for. I just think if you're going to change all of those, let's change the rest to match because it's hard to explain to dealers when I'm training them. Everything that I talk about and I fight against is because I want to be able to explain to dealers why we do things. Tell me why we're doing these ones, but we're not going to do the other ones. That's my spiel. I don't know if anyone has anything else to add,
Yeah.
but please, like, please consider this when you're like, it's a
Yeah.
big deal to change these things.
Yeah, I would vote against these changes just because, in my point of view, we need to stop thinking that we are penalizing players. We're not penalizing anybody. The players were unattentive; they were not following the action, and we're not penalizing in any sports or any competitions. There are people that don't pay attention to what's happening. They lose points. They get worse positions, and it's just a matter of life. And I feel that we're not penalizing anybody, but if we do these changes, we are babysitting players. That's in my point of view the what happens.
For me, the important thing is if a player is deliberately relinquishing their hand, saying, I don't want any more part of this hand. Now, that's for me, that's a very important thing. And in the case where, for example, I raise and somebody passes and I miss someone's hand and there's still action and I throw my cards away, well, I'm not releasing the pot. I think I've won. And that's why I'm throwing my cards away. And that's a massive difference. And this for me is the line. Now, you can argue the big blind wasn't out there. Do you give his cards back? Like I said, we don't have that problem. The big blind's out there, otherwise my dealers don't deal. And that should be how you train your dealers. The big blind should be out there, and then you won't have this problem. Okay, so we don't have that problem. Now, in this case, you might be able to change my mind, but probably not. The guy is still trying to fold their cards. And I think if we give those cards back, now we have had a hand in how that hand turns out. And I think that's super important. So generally, when those cards come over, the dealer should be getting them in the muck. Apart from really, there may be some other circumstances, but apart from that one circumstance is when you're folding, you know, because you think you've won the hand.
One quick thing to follow up on what Toby said. In most of these examples, 9 times out of 10, the dealer's going to handle this without you ever coming to the table. In cash games, if the big blind is flirting with the masseuse, eating their dinner, whatever, and they don't notice it's their big blind, they flick their cards forward, that hand is dead. We move on, and everybody laughs at him for not paying attention to what he's doing. In the specific scenario of someone relinquishing their cards, thinking they've won the pot, and somebody else is in the hand, the floor is getting called 100% of the time in that scenario. So then we have rule 1. The floor will come over, figure out what's going on, figure out if it's Daniel's angle or if it's actually an innocent circumstance, and the floor will rule on it in rule 1. And all the others, I'm with Jen on this one. The player is trying to fold. It's their responsibility to know that they are not supposed to fold or don't have to fold. And I don't want to be babysitting in that scenario. That's probably the wrong term for us to use, but influencing. Yeah, well, that I agree with 100%. You give cards back that are supposed to be dead, that guy wins, you change the hand. The dealer changed the way that hand was supposed to go. But again, part of me also believes that 9 times out of 10, the dealers are going to kill those hands without ever calling you. So when you do get called to give those cards back, kind of goes against what's going to happen. But the dealer in me, the old school dealer in me, those cards come forward, they're gone, and you're never getting them back. Because if you didn't do it when I came up, the players at the table would be ripping you a new one, not the player who was trying to fold. So I think in the very specific scenario of somebody passing their cards when there's other players in, or when because they think they've won, the floor is going to get called 100% of the time. So I don't believe we need to write an exception to a rule for that, because every one of you guys is going to rule it situationally based on rule 1. For all the other scenarios, I personally want that hand dead. Like those, you'll learn to pay attention. You'll learn to get, and I agree with Toby. The better we can train our dealers, you shouldn't be dealing if there's not a blind there. We don't necessarily all have the luxury of Toby's dealers where they're not going to make that mistake. But yeah, I'm with Jen. That's the short version.
Okay. I don't think we have a rule on this. The rule that we have in there right now looks fine to me, the way it is. You guys can rule as you wish, but there's already a rule on the books for that. So I'm moving on. We're gonna go on to this next one. Okay, so we had some things about the clock announcement. We talked about the dealers being able to do it. All those in favor of dealers being allowed to announce the level change, raise your hand. And those that are opposed? Yeah, I don't think we can use that either. So
I mean, I played poker yesterday and I couldn't see a clock, and I think the dealer couldn't see a clock. So in these situations, then they have to wait. You know, they have to wait for the floor. So I don't think it's a rule you can just say.
yeah, I'm
It's a
okay
rule
with that.
you can just follow.
Without
Yeah.
any, the one that's on the bottom now is about the dealer change. Here's the other issue about the clock announcement. What if our clock, Poker Atlas, is going to develop this where the clock will say, Benjamin, you're on, and the next hand will be at the higher level. What if the clock says it? I'm okay with that. It's basically the TD saying it. It's audible. I understand. But if the clock has audio, are you okay with the blinds being
Yeah,
raised?
I think if the clock has an audio cue of any any type,
Not
it's
an audio cue of any kind. It has to be an announcement.
yeah, a clear, unmistakable audio cue that the level has gone up for that tournament.
Right. Just so you know, this technology is coming. Hopefully, it's coming to Poker Atlas very soon. You already have it. Okay. All good. I don't think we need to change that. So, okay, go ahead.
Hi guys, Rachel from Hong Kong. Many years ago, I think this is my fourth TDA Summit. Many years ago, I actually brought this up, actually. And at the time, yeah, back then it was my first summit, and I asked about this. And let me tell you guys, in Asia, there in poker tournaments in Asia, there are notably more TV screens than in everywhere else in the world, like North America, Europe, actually. However, another thing about technology is that the price of TV screens will keep going down. Like TD has been around for more than 20 years. It is, I don't know, 100 times cheaper than 20 years ago, and the price will keep going down. So if you deem it to be expensive right now, it'll be cheaper in 2 years. It'll be cheaper in 10 years. So get more screens first of all. So that's the first thing. So another thing is that the technology will keep getting better. The software will keep getting better. Maybe get the audio to play for your software as well. So I think I'm not saying I'm making I mean, you know, I'm a relative newcomer to this summit. So I would really would like to, you know, plead with you guys to think about this. I mean, come on, like, you know, we've been doing this for a long time. I felt like this is a part of the antiquated practice that we asked the TD to physically and audibly make the announcement. And come on, please.
All right, Ray. Thank you. Thank you for the cheaper TVs too. We appreciate that. All right. We're uh, I was stressed. I'm getting super stressed today. I'm not stressed anymore. Thank you, Ray. Appreciate that. Um,
It's going.
B-Rob, cut the stream quick.
uh, we'll use post just for you on the big blind. The TDA recommends that dealers hold up the push 90 seconds prior. I think you guys talked about that. I think we are gonna probably just remove this. The timing of the dealer push. Remove it. Remove it. Remove it. Take it up. We need that up. Linda says that we should separate misdeals and foul decks. I also agree. Um, Cartridge Delta players on penalty and are not in their seats on the original deal. Their hands are killed. Mike? Yeah, it's voted in, so we're good there. Um, voted in. Binding declarations. I
Okay, so this is about when the 3-card flop comes out and there was no burn. We all apparently agreed that it's just staying no matter what, right? But then we decided if it's the turn or river, we are going to correct it. That's what we agreed, right? Okay. Because we know that was supposed to be the turn, right? If you don't burn and you put out the jack of spades, well, that jack of spades was supposed to be the burn, so we're just going to make it the burn. The reasoning we changed the flop was because the first person to act had the power to make that flop stay. Is that not the same situation for the turn in the river? Soon as that jack of spades comes out and it's supposed to be the burn, the first person has the power to make that jack stay if he acts on it. So how is that any different? No, it's not substantial action. If somebody acts on an right, no, I know we are 100% sure on the turn in the river that it is the correct card, but the problem they said for this one was the fact that the person in first to act had the power. I don't think so either. I don't think so either. But we're not. When it comes out with the flop no burn, we're leaving it. But when it no, that's not what they're saying. They're saying if there's no action or there is action, that 3-card flop is staying with no burn. Yeah, that's what we're changing to. So now what happens when the turn comes out? Jack of spades, not supposed to be jack of spades, and a guy bets on it.
It stays.
Okay, what if a guy checks on it?
Stays.
But that's not what we agreed on. We agreed burn, turn, and stud. We're gonna
Yeah,
fix it.
unless there's action.
Any action.
Yes, any action.
That's what I just wanted to clarify.
All right.
Thank
Hey.
you. So I thought we were leaving. We were gonna fix it no matter what.
No.
Okay, but I'm sorry, it's the same problem. We're fixing it on the turn because there's been no action. That guy that's first to act has the power to make that jack stay. If he checks, the jack is staying. That's the whole reason you changed the flop, because the person in first position had the power. I have the power. If I like this jack of spades, I'm going to check and keep it, or I'm going to bet and keep it. It's one of those cards.
You can get 66%. Two of those three cards, you know exactly what they are.
Yeah,
Comes in your
yeah.
hand. When you scramble and pull out one of the burns, one of the two remaining cards was supposed to be on the flop.
Yes.
You can get 66% of the way there.
What's wrong with that?
Why do you have to have certain cards be?
I don't. I just don't
Why?
understand why. The reason this came up, the reason you brought this slide up yesterday was because the guy who had the problem with it, which I never even think there was ever an issue with this. We're just changing rules to change rules now. The reasoning was he said there's too much power for the first position to decide if that flop is going to stay or not. It's the same problem for the turn in the river. The first person has the power. There was no problem with this rule. It was there. No one ever had issues with this rule except this one person who said, well, the way it's written, the first person has the power. If he likes the flop, he can make it stay. If he doesn't like the flop, he can say, oh, there was no burn. He has the same power now with how you want to word this to do that to the turn in the river. Oh, okay. Well, that's why it was brought up. That's what. Okay.
Well, all I was going to add too is I think if you're going to change irregular flops to where it stands, you should change it for the turn and river for the same reason. And I whether or not you do that, I'm not arguing either way, but it's inconsistent to keep it for the flop and not for the turn and the river for the same reason. You want to use random card theory? Great. It, even if you know what the turn or the river should have been, you're still exposing more cards and you're allowing a player to dictate whether or not they notice the burn or not. What if nobody noticed except the first player to act, and then they do get to make a choice as to whether they say something or don't say something? Same in stud as well. So I agree with Jen in the sense that if you're going to do it for the flop, you got to do it for everything. If you're going to do it, just let all no burn cards ride, right? Like,
Okay, here.
or that.
I don't think that we were doing this because a player has the power to decide if they want to keep it. That's not it. The reason that we are keeping the flop is because they're not 100% sure which cards are which. And it is random card theory on all the other ones. It's random card theory here. I don't think it matters if you replace the card or if you don't, or if you let it stay or you push it back. They're both random and it doesn't matter. The general consensus is if you have the opportunity to make it the way it was and you are 100% sure that you can do it, then you do it. That's the difference between the flop and the turn and the river. And that's the difference between the stud situations. We know 100% without a doubt, certainty, that this card was going to be here and this card was going to be here. And since it's equally as random to do it that way, and you could save a little headache for the dealer and fix it, then you should. In situations where you can and it doesn't affect anything, then you should. On the flop, you don't know 100% that that was the flop. You can't do it with 100% certainty and fix it, so we leave it. So it is a completely different situation, and it is being consistent if you do it that way. If you're 100% sure where that card could go and you can do it without affecting anything, do it.
I think all that being said, I agree with what Jen said. I agree with everybody on the other side of leaving the flop as it is. I don't think we should change the rule. I think it's just fine. Just leave it the way it is. One person had an issue that we don't even remember who it is, and it's something that doesn't even happen that often. We're trying to change only part of the rule, but not the whole rule. Jesse Hollander, Best Bet Jacksonville. Just leave it. It's fine. There's no reason to overthink it.
No need to vote. Just leave it the way it was. Sorry, Mike. We agreed yesterday that in this situation where a player throws a 500 out, it's going to be 400. We all agreed on that. That's voted in. Mike's changing that language. Okay. Um, player that was dealt in on the initial deal, whose hand was killed, will be able to play their hand the following hand. That's actually changing something that I would do in the past, and we voted that in yesterday. Yes. Nice. And they got to play the hand. The dealers here at Aria don't make misdeals. Stop lying.
Just clarifying the misdeal. So if they were dealt in and their hand was killed and now they showed up and we declared it was a misdeal, they shouldn't be dealt in. But if they're dealing, they weren't there, and before anything happens, they say, "Oh, it's a misdeal." They were like, we know they weren't there, so they are actually entitled to another hand. So I know we went over it yesterday, but there is a big difference between dealing that second card to the button, killing seat three's hand, and then, oh, wait a second, we're missing something. It's a misdeal. Well, they weren't at their seat when that last card was dealt to the button.
In
The hand was
in
killed.
theory, I agree with you. In theory, I agree with you that they are different. I think we agreed that we're not going to try determining between the two. I think it'd be too hard to train the dealers to
Okay.
understand
So
that.
just
I
wanted to
think we
clarify.
just agreed that if they got dealt in and there was a misdeal, they get dealt in the next time. Even though we acknowledge that, yeah, technically there is a difference between a misdeal occurring, realizing after their hand was pulled in or before the second card hit the button. I acknowledge they're different, but for simplicity,
Blind level state, anybody showing up for a broke game is not in, all that other stuff. But if they were dealt in, whether they were there or not, we're going to give it to them. So, right, give them an opportunity, even though you and I know that's not the way it should be, but we're going to agree. Okay.
Pot limit, we voted that was going to stay 700. 1 and 2 was going to say 700, no matter what.
I do have one question regarding that. Let's say blinds are 1,000, 2,000. There's no small blinds. Opening is 7,000. What's the repot size? Okay.
Everybody got that? Any other questions on that? Okay. Ray.
Yeah, I just recommend. I mean, we're going to. Okay, back one slide. I mean, if we're going to change the wording, make the effort to change the wording, can we just? This is going to be in RP, right? Is this RP or rule?
Rule.
Oh, or maybe in RP, can we just recommend that in on a Harman clock probably? Because I think many operators are doing that anyway to write down the max open, right? So that to for ease of players, dealers, anyway, right? To tell them like regardless of whether or not there's a dead small blind, whether regardless of there's a short all in the blinds, uh, that's the max opening bet. Would that ease everyone
I think the way this is written right here, it makes sense.
for
But
RP? I mean, not for the rule.
Okay.
I mean, I just want to make everyone's life easier. And this, for the record, this is not for the rule. This is I'm recommending this for RP.
Okay.
Because even in the chat, a couple people was in Kitty's question.
Mike, on this one, it says we agreed that it's binding the action and does not change, so a check is not binding. There's no passive action. I don't know why. No change. No change. Okay. We voted in Big Blind Ante. Still waiting for the name. Perfect name. Got a lot of suggestions yesterday. We did.
Matt.
Yeah.
I can't. Last time they just saw the back of my head. Hey, Matt, I got one thing. I think we were one of the last holdouts on this yesterday. So it's still, I still think it's the same thing. Big blind ante versus big blind first. So if it's a 9-handed game, I have 900 in chips. Big blind ante, I push it in, I only win that back. If I sit there and I fold every single hand and I put my big blind in the very last hand, or excuse me, my ante first, I can only win that back. If I have 100 antes and I fold the first 8 hands, I lose that 800 in chips. I put my last 100 in, I get my ante plus antes from every other person. I get that 900 back. What is the difference between putting my big blind ante in and only winning the 900 back versus folding 8 hands again and putting my 100 in, but getting action on that and getting my 900 back? It's the same thing. It's the exact same thing, but it's player friendly that way. But I folded the same thing. I folded the first 8 hands, played passively, and got an action on my last 100 chip and received 900 back. Versus the big blind ante, I have played passively for 8 hands, pushed in my last 900 and won my 900 back. It is the exact same thing. But it's player friendly this way. So I think big blind ante is the way to go. That's why we were one of the last holdouts in the room. I think us and South Point was the only holdouts in the room. I saw he posted it on Twitter yesterday. But big blind ante is the exact same thing versus everyone posting a single ante the way they used to do it back in the day. We will do whatever the TDA agrees to, but I think big blind ante is the way to go.
You think ante first is the way to go?
Big blind ante is the way to go. The way what we all agreed to, we don't like it, but we're gonna go with it. But I don't think it's the way we should do it. Yes, the ante should be first.
Biggest statement, the big blind first. My assumption is now TDA is changing and going to go to big blind first, and there will probably still be some roots out there that will then turn around and say we follow all TDA rules except this one where we believe ante is first. And I think that will happen. And
But I just think that the big blind ante should be the way to
We
go.
have
versus
definitely
first.
all agreed to do it incorrectly. Yes.
All right.
All right. Even Linda. We're going to come up with some names. We're waiting for some better names.
Oh.
I have some suggestions.
Somebody last night suggested bonus blind.
Yeah, I got it here. I got big blind plus, big blind added positive, big blind reserve support, big blind reprieve, big blind deposit. My favorite one was cotton candy, by the way. Let's call it cotton candy. That's right. All right.
So I'm okay with any name that we adopt, but my first choice is not the word post because post already has a meaning in poker. Post is what we post our blinds, and the post is always a live bet, and what we're talking about here is a dead bet. So we don't think we need a different name, maybe dead big blind or big blind two.
I mean, it's
something other than post or bonus. I need yeah. Thank you.
Yes. Big blind cherry. Big blind kitty. I don't know. I got a lot of suggestions. I don't really care. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, let's go.
My
Moving
name's
on.
Donovan with Texas Card House. Can we please not change the name? I think it's
That's fine.
just
We already agreed. We already moved on.
I I mean players know it as an ante. Dealers know it as an ante. They're gonna call it an ante.
Yeah,
Like it
we
just
already
makes
moved on.
people feel better.
Yeah, we already moved on. You win, Jonathan. You did it.
Okay, so just to clarify, we're not going to change the name, and we're all going to agree to do it wrong. Ante
Yes,
first,
we're all gonna do it wrong.
right?
Can some?
I'm sorry, big blind first. My brain had you believe me.
Why?
That's how it is.
Can somebody take the
So
mic?
we all agree that big blind will be first, and we're not going to change the name. Okay.
Cheater database.
I know. Keep the mic from Lloyd and Kevin for the rest of the day, please. All right, we're on to the new slides, and there's some good stuff coming up. Before we do that, we have another speaker here. Katie Stone from Texas is here to talk about some ladies' issues, women's issues. You can't call them ladies, right? Is that a thing too? You can call ladies events still? I don't know. I get a lot of pressure from people when I call a ladies event. I just said that to Linda a couple of minutes ago. All right, here we go.
Hey guys. Yeah, it's on. "36 players." Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Hi, friends. Morning. Um, quickly, so I'm going to talk just very few minutes, a little bit about ladies, but more so about how we can bring new players to the game because that's really what I'm mostly interested in. Very quickly, who was here in 2019 when I spoke? Okay. Yes. Okay. For those of you who were not here in 2019, let me just very quickly, can you guys hear me okay? Recap just the very basic points that I went over. And I do want to ask you guys if anything has changed because it was a little bit more culture specific. So the first thing that we talked about in 19 was um, getting everybody on the same page to make it less difficult to deal with harassment at the table, meaning having your dealers and your floor staff working together to enable players at the table to speak up and say something if something bad is happening. This is something that I used to work on at Borgata before the big events. It helps if everybody is on the same team to bring awareness to bad behavior instead of relying on somebody to raise their hand and say, hi, this person is saying some bad words or being difficult. um, Leaving it up to the dealers is a little bit difficult because they have so many different things to do. And so people are more likely to speak up if they know that there's some support from the staff. So that was the first big one. The other thing suggested was giving the dealers the ability to issue warnings at the table, but I think that's just kind of not logistically a thing.
No one wants the dealers.
Yeah.
No one
Getting
wants dealers
involved.
issuing penalties in the box.
Okay, so then that was not okay. The other thing we talked about was, and Linda and I will talk about this in a little bit, creating just a broad code of conduct that was a zero tolerance policy for any bad behavior. And again, this is general. This is not women specific. This is general new player. And then, of course, I called out Jen at Playground for her lights on the chairs. Y'all remember this? I was very excited about these lights on the chairs because it's just a way to help diffuse. And for those of you who aren't familiar, if you go to Playground, every single dealer chair has, and I should probably let Jen describe, those lights are still there, right? Oh, God. A green light, a yellow light, and a red light on the pole, which the dealer can control with switches under their seat.
And green light, depending if you're doing cash or tournament, means like a seat open. Red light means like I need a floor person. Yellow light means I need a server. And cash game, it can mean different things, but they just have lights that are attached on a pole at the back of their chair, which is just ingenious.
It's brilliant. And
12 years.
yeah, it's brilliant. And so my suggestion was just to kind of layer on that and to possibly use that as a way to diffuse a situation, possibly if there's a player at a table. It's not always the easiest thing or the optimal thing to draw attention to yourself and say, you know, I'm having an issue. If there was a more discreet way to somehow notify somebody in the floor, you know, hey, there's an issue over here. And so that was the idea there. Okay, on to today. All right. 5 years later, y'all. Y'all want new players, right? Everybody wants new players, or are y'all full? Okay, new players. Okay, new players. All right. So we're in a different time now, right? A lot has changed. Your jobs are a lot harder now because um, poker is tough. You have a lot of competition. Money, discretionary spending dollars are not always as available as they have been in the past. So you are competing for new customers. And so one thing I just want to talk about is, you know, attracting players to a game that is talked about so much these days with cheating and software and all of this technical stuff is not always ideal for widening the net for the rest of the world, whether they're men or women. And so what I'm asking you all to do is to just re-examine your strategy with regards to hospitality with your players. You know, coming from a player side, I know that we like to be loud about what we want and we like to fight for what we want. And I know that it can be tough. But the full-time players and the people who are in your rooms a lot, they make up a very small portion of the player pool that you really want, right? You really want the rest of the world. So doing things to help elevate their experience. Instead of hospitality stopping at the poker room door, like, you know, we're in Vegas, there's lots of rooms all over the world, uh, amazing restaurants, amazing hospitality all around us, but does it really follow into the poker room? You know? And I think that there's definitely a sense that it doesn't, and it's understandable why. And so I'd like to ask you guys to try to reintroduce that back into the poker room. Whenever you have new players come into the room, you know, maybe they're a brand new player, thank them. You know, make yourself visible and valuable. Linda, we got it. Visible and valuable, right? Thank you so much for visiting us for the first time. What can we do to make your stay with us, if it's, you know, stay in the room, um, fun? What can we do to elevate your experience? It doesn't have to be right away, but if you notice a new player has sat down at the game for the first time and you recognize them, or you periodically are talking to your guys at the front, like, you know, anybody new today, what can we do? Can we go touch them? Can we go say hello? Can we just thank them for being here today? Because they do have choices, right? There's a lot of competition out there. There's a lot of rooms. So it's important to show the value uh, for your players that are coming in. You know, it's if you turn this into a women's part, it's not the easiest thing to walk into a poker room that's full of men for a woman, right? So knowing that, we also know it's probably the same thing for new players that just don't know, and so we want to make them feel more comfortable. Um, One of the things I think that kind of just unintentionally separates this, specifically for casinos, is in casinos, the majority of the games that folks are playing are not against humans, whereas in the poker room, we are playing against humans. And so that's just another reason that these players need to be treated a little bit differently if we want them to stick around. Poker is, at the root, it's a game, it's a competition, but it's also a very social activity. It's not somebody just, you know, sitting in front of a slot machine staring, you know, into the depths. They innately likely want to be social. So if we know that, anything that we can do to enhance their experience will hopefully ensure that they can stick around and hopefully come back. One of the areas that I think is really interesting is these social clubs that are popping up all around the country because I think they have a good opportunity to kind of combine things in a way that we haven't seen. There's a room in Houston, and I'm going to shout them out. Hope I don't put them on the spot or anything, called Champions, where they have done something interesting where they brought in a really super high level, like 5-star hotel guy. This guy's run, and he's the guy who is overseeing all their poker rooms. He's fine dining. And he's the guy who's dictating the culture in that poker room as a combination to reinfuse the understanding that these are your customers, this is service, this is hospitality. Yes, they're demanding and they want chips and drinks. But we can change their experience, right? By really being appreciative of them being here. All right. Hospitality. I'm gonna go quick, y'all. And then I'm going to ask you for something and I'm asking you for free. So don't hate me. The idea of a summit has been thrown around, a women's summit. So, and this is specifically for women and new players, how to bring new players into the game. A 2-day summit, possibly something that Linda and I and Jan were talking about, a time of year. I think you mentioned next summer as being a good time to have all of the decision makers in the room. But a way to help you all. So a 2-day summit um, that would help you guys understand from all perspectives on how to attract and keep new players into the game. So, for example, a panel might have a player, a tournament director, possibly a marketing executive from a site or a room or another poker industry company, to just to give the perspective, kind of like a continuing, ongoing effort to keep everybody connected because it is tough, right? Like I get it. It's poker. You're focused on the players. You're focused on your day to day. It's not always top of mind. This entire other sea of new players who you haven't seen, and so that's kind of what I'm just trying to reinvigorate here. The summit needs a home. So this is the first ask is if anyone would be willing to dedicate or help us with that. 2 days, likely in the summer while everybody is in town. We would be very appreciative. Would like to run a ladies series alongside of it. There would be a lot of other fun things in there, but if anybody is available to donate some space, I would be very appreciative. The other thing that if we're talking about programs for new players and specifically women in the game, one thing that I think that we can do if anybody would be interested in donating some space, the Women's Poker Hall of Fame is a thing. However, it doesn't have a home. It doesn't have a brick and mortar home. And I know a lot of these rooms, we walk around Vegas and we see these amazing pictures of all these wonderful players. I think it would be nice to have a presence for the Women in Poker Hall of Fame. If anybody here is willing to donate wall space in your poker room, that is the other ask. And then the last big thing is just, and Linda, if you wanted to just say a few things about really kind of creating a standardized code of conduct that allows the rooms to have a zero tolerance policy. We can help write that, but would just like to discuss if that's something that everybody would be interested in discussing as well.
Thanks, Katie. Yeah, we've talked about how important it is to train your staff and your dealers, your floor people about how to diffuse abuse, how to recognize abuse. There's, as a woman playing at the table, there's a lot of comments that I hear that, are not necessarily good comments towards women playing. And we were thinking if we being some of the women in poker were to write up a code of conduct and send it to you guys, would you train your dealers, using some of these points that we're going to make? So that's something we're thinking about. Quickly on the hospitality, I have been to many of your card rooms. I've been to several hundreds of card rooms around the country, and unless you're, you can't take any more players, as Katie said. If you're so full that you don't need more players, you don't have to do this. But you really have to make it a little bit more pleasant and thank your players. I got a letter when I owned Card Player Magazine. I got a letter from somebody who said, "I'm so pissed off." He said, "I've been coming to Las Vegas for 23 years, and I've stood and I've watched the poker games." This was years ago, but he said, "And once in a while, somebody would come up to me and say, 'Do you play poker?'" You know, um, no, they would say, "Do you want to play?" And he's like, "Well, I'm too scared to come in and play." He said, "Finally, on my last trip, someone came up to me and said, 'Do you know how to play poker?'" Because he saw the brush person saw him watching, and of course he said yes. And he said, "Well, I want you to know we have games at all limits. We have, 1-3 with a $100 buy-in. We have this, we have that. And would you like to give it a try?" Now the guy went in and he had the best time of his life. But he said, "I'm so pissed off because for 23 years, nobody asked me the right questions. Nobody, you know, wanted me to come in." It is very hard to come into a poker room. Now, once you have your customers, I think it's important, since it is a competitive business, it's important to make them feel that you care about them. We discussed the fact that once in a while it'd be really nice if the card room manager would walk around and say hello to players. I know you guys are busy, but just say hello, just say thanks for coming in. Maybe once in a while take some of your key players to lunch and just ask them, how's the room doing? Do you have any issues? Anything you want to talk about? Doesn't cost anything to ask your cashiers to thank players. When players are cashing out, just ask them to say, "Hey, thanks for playing here." It also might generate some new tips, some extra tips for them. The problem is that we have been discussing this for years. We're going to discuss this again in the next summit because it doesn't change. And it's when I read all these comments from women on ladies forums talking about what was said to them at the table and how nobody stopped it. It really makes me angry. We want to, and when I say women, I'm also talking about new players, anybody who's, um, you know, needs a little extra attention or needs not to have that extra attention, whichever it'll be. Sometimes you don't want to be singled out, but just get to know your players and thank them for being there. That's all I have to say.
Okay.
Peanut Gallery.
Thank you. Oh,
Hi there. I'm going to switch from Mike Girl to Susan Rhodes, initial founding president of the WPA, Women in Poker Association, and current regional advocate based out of Las Vegas. And we like everything that you're saying because we have those programs in place. We have a Raise It Up program right now, which we offer to poker rooms all across the country. And if you don't have anybody there, if you let me know and give me your card, I will get a regional advocate out to you. Because we are not only here in the US, but we have advocates now, I believe, uh, in Asia and Europe as well. But we do have a Raise It Up program that focuses on how to work with dealers and how to train, have dealers make your poker rooms more hospitable and welcoming to women, especially those who have not been playing for many, some of us have been around a long time, but some would like to play and they watch and they may not even know how to play. And if any of you know me on Facebook, you'll see on my Facebook photo, there's a WPA logo with the big Raise It Up symbol, and that's what that stands for. Those of us that show the Raise It Up symbol are working on just what Katie is suggesting. I love it. And the more people that do that, the better, because it'll make for better play for all of us. So just wanted to point that out. Also, the WPT did have a women's summit. I was there a couple of years ago over at Bike. We were at the Bike. And that was that pre-pandemic or pre-pandemic? Kind of lost a few years there. So yeah,
who won that poker tournament?
Huh?
Who won that poker tournament?
You knocked me out. So it wasn't me. So it wasn't me, but I got you at the next TDA tournament. No, it was a TD. No, everybody. Yes, no, it was everybody. Yeah, no, he got me at that one. I got him at the next TDA.
Has anybody created anything new in the last 5 years with regards to new players? Or I see a hand back there. If Thank you. Yep. What's worked? What hasn't?
Chris from Fresno, California. We instituted a, Casino 101 night that is specifically for new players. And it's set up as like they come in on a Wednesday night, we buy them dinner. They sit down and we'll give them an hour or two of training on whatever game it is that they want to learn to play. Poker, Ultimate Texas Hold'em, and all the responses that we get is that they have a great time, and we're looking to develop it further and see what we can do with that. But it's worked out really well.
That's awesome.
Free dinner Kessler's going to be on the way right now.
Gavin, yep.
So yeah, in California, we're not allowed to have ladies only events. So men can enter. We can't, prevent them from doing so. So a couple years ago, what we did is we kind of attached charity with the ladies event, but we also called it ladies, newbies, and more because we wanted new players, just like you said, focusing on ladies, but of course, new players. Um, and we even tried one with ladies and friends, like just those kinds of things. The reaction we got though wasn't great from the ladies because the ladies that came to play in the ladies and friends event came and said like, I thought this was a ladies event. Like, why are these guys playing it? And well, it's ladies and friends. And the idea of that was to have all the ladies come and play and bring a friend, whether it's male or female. Flip the script, right? Let's have 7 ladies at the table and 2 men. Let's see, and new players and friends and all of that. So unfortunately, we got a lot of feedback negative from the ladies. They weren't happy about it because it wasn't an all ladies event. And I think we do need to focus more on the newbies and and everything. And so anyway, it's just some feedback on that. I've tried, worked with the Lips over the years and Lupe and all of that, and we run a lot of ladies events, and they've been fun and successful and all of that. But trying some new things, which we have done. So that's where we're at right now. We ran because of that. So the last event we ran was just the ladies event, and of course, I think we had like 5 or 6 men sign up for it. But we just let them know this is a ladies event. It's out of respect. Some obviously decide not to, but anyway, just to let you know on the newbies.
All right, let's hear it for Kevin. Okay.
Yeah, I can go quick. I have 2 quick things. Whoever brought up the newbie tournament, I think that's fantastic. I'm a super stickler for the rules, but I think in a tournament like that, I feel like I wouldn't want to enforce like anything. You could be like talking about the hands, helping them read their hands, telling them whether they can check or bet or other. I think that's so cool where you could have a tournament like that where it's people that are kind of learning as they go and the dealers are helping. And I think that's a good idea. I think if you have tournaments like that where that's the environment where they should be learning how to make all these mistakes and not getting penalized. So I think that is a good idea. Another thing I want to bring up since we're doing the whole women's thing, I did go on that WPT voyage in April, and I met a shit ton of women. I can't believe how many women were on this boat, and they brought a lot of things up that they wanted me to talk about here. A lot of it has been brought up, but one of the things was the pressure they feel when chops are being discussed. And I mean, I don't think it's just women. I know there's men too that don't want to be that guy. When everybody's agreeing on a chop, but there's 1 or 2 that don't, but they don't want to say anything because that one person who doesn't want it is now going to become a target. Everyone's going to be angry at that guy. As soon as he busts, they're all going to clap and like, yeah, yeah, yeah. The women that I spoke to, there's a ton of them. They all want it to be anonymous with a red card, black card. I don't know if people are implementing that, but they don't know if it should be a TDA rule or not. But they would really like to express that chops decisions should be as anonymous as you can, rather than some of the women had an issue with the tournament in the last few weeks where a staff member was coming around and specifically saying, we're proposing taking 400 off of first place and cutting in the bubble, and like physically asking every single person, and they felt uncomfortable or forced to agree with it because they're having to answer out loud in front of everyone. So they wanted, if there is an anonymous option, to have it be done anonymously because the pressure these people feel, they're uncomfortable, whether they did say what they wanted and now they're uncomfortable because everyone's upset with them, or they didn't say what they wanted and now they're uncomfortable because they're not happy with the agreement that they kind of felt pressured into making.
All right. Yep. Thanks, man. All right, we do have a more special guest to talk about something different that I had not heard of. This is Victoria Lifshitz. She has done more in this room over the last year than any other lady by far. So, very successful high limit player. Victoria Lifshitz to say a few words.
Thank you very much for inviting me here. I'll try to be brief to respect time. I can relate to all the discussions about being new because I'm actually very new to poker myself. This is my year number 3. And I want to bring up a topic related to women in poker from a little more scientific or data-driven perspective. I come from tech. We know that in order to build market share, you need to have data, who your customers are, what is the demographics, what do they like, where do they come from. And in a subject of why women are so underrepresented, we don't have any data whatsoever. Anecdotally, is it 4% women participate? Is it 3? Is it 5? Does it depend on the region? Does it depend on buy-in? Why? There's all these theories floating. Oh, women are just not as aggressive. They're not just as competitive. They're biologically inferior. Well, a lot of us know that this is bullshit. But why? The reality is there's a lot fewer women. Why? Why don't we find out? Now, where it starts is with data. And we have never had access to data. Now, what kind of data? This is where organizations like this comes into play. Let's start creating clearinghouse that reports men and women participation in events by buy-in, by series, by number of bullets that have been fired, by getting in the money, getting to the final table, getting to being the tournaments. Have it consistently run quarter over quarter, year over year, so we can actually start discerning the differences, what works, what doesn't. Now, there is a supplementary function to it, which would have to do with things like surveys, to attempting to really get down to the root cause. Why? Do women have just less income to less access to disposable income? What are buy-in levels? And I'm talking open events right now, are more accessible to them than others. Are there some formats? Are they turbos versus because they don't have as much time? Is there time of the year? Is there time of the day? Is there time of the week where their mother's duties, their wife's duties, their work duties are less of an impediment for them to compete in open fields? So my, very brief request to the summit is consider a program to pool the data that we can collect and then we can mine. And then there's how can we use this data in a variety of ways? Organizations like mine, and one of the organizations I represent is serendipitously about 2 years ago, I've started a study group for women who want to study poker and get good at it. And then it just spiraled into this incredible organization called Pocket Queens. We have over 800 members today, completely organically. It's a free organization. It's run on voluntary basis. And it now not only helps women lift women to, kick ass at the felt, but also take a stand on issues of social justice in poker and just bringing more economic opportunities to women because poker is an industry, not just game. And so to the extent that we can help facilitate either, funding a clearinghouse for that data or housing it in some ways, or again, building some kind of alliance that allows data to be collected, it needs to be uploaded, it needs to be freely available. And then organizations like ours and others like LIPS and WPA and other women's organizations can tap into this data to figure out marketing programs of their own, as well as tournament directors and tour operators can tap into that data to figure out what marketing programs they can put in place that will bring more women in. And that's pretty much what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Victoria, we gotta get a way for people to reach out to you. I can put them in contact to you. Or obviously, there's a lot of opportunities for different tours and things to do things like this. So I appreciate that. and we'll be reaching out on the WPT, that's for sure. All right, so let's dig into it. We got a lot of stuff to get to. It's going to be some rapid fire stuff. Jonathan Little has reached out to me multiple times about can we come up with what he calls the cheater database? Can this be possible? Good luck in the tournament, Katie. Good luck. This has been brought up probably about every summit for the last 6 or 7. And it always gets to the same part. Can we do something like that? Can we share information? Can we put people's names on the list? I keep hearing no from somebody, but yeah, can we do any of these things? Why and why not? His suggestion is if there's infractions in tournaments, that we have a database that we share information. So if the player's doing the same thing wrong in one tournament multiple times or different venues, that you and everybody in this room or whoever wanted to participate in the database would know that. Are there some legality issues? Maybe.
1000%.
Yes, I know. Okay. So I promised him that I'd bring it up. I think that there is information out there about certain players. It is up to you. I don't know if your property specifically has um, a the ability to keep players from playing in your room if you feel there's an issue. This is something that we again talk about every other summit. But Paul, no.
There is there is no way to do this. Like I understand why they want it, but I spoke about this to your point. I spoke about this in 2022. I think I spoke about it in 2019. It's not nearly as simple as they want it to sound because everybody's beholden to a corporate thing. I've had very expensive lawyers tell me that if we caught somebody, I can't say if I sent a message to Matt saying, "Hey, Kenny's a cheater." Now I can get sued, and so is every company behind me if that message goes out. So that stuff will never be without any type of actual court case or all the rest of it. That information can never be shared. It violates all kinds of data protection and privacy and all of that. And it goes to a broader discussion point. There's a couple of incidents that we all may or may not be familiar with. Like 10, 15 years ago, there was a couple of pros for a site got caught dice sliding at the Win, I think it was. That site didn't release them. I'm sure the Win barred them, but they continued playing the World Series. We all know the issue with Ivy and the edge sorting and stuff. I'm sure he had problems at the Borgata. That doesn't mean that Caesars is going to bar him from the series. Like you can't there and say Kenny has a dispute with a place over the room. They think he broke the TV. He doesn't think he broke the TV. So they bar him until this TV issue can be settled. There's a lot of reasons that people might be banned from a property or be in dispute with a property that have nothing to do with gaming, but that means that property's not letting them in. And there's no like I think back to the original ban that I'm aware of was JJ Prodigy back in the day. For people who know online gaming way back in the day, he was like one of the original multi-accounters. And he finally pushed enough buttons that he got barred in a number of places live. Multi-accounting's not anything you can do live, but that got him banned online. And now that Stars is behind their tours, GG is behind stuff, Natural 8 is behind stuff. Like, are somebody online? Are they now banned live? Like, it's just, there are so many reasons why it's unworkable that, and I respect Jonathan quite a bit and the players that push for this, and they all understand it. But there are so many legal ramifications for why this can't happen. Like, even when you know somebody cheated, if you can't prove it, there's nothing you can do about it, let alone call up Jack and say, "Hey, Jack, I know this guy's a cheater." We will do this again in 24, or sorry, in 26. I'm sure I'll save my notes this time, but it's and for the people, because I've seen this, I'm not nearly as active on social as Matt. I've seen this. For the people saying we don't care, seriously, just quit the hyperbole. Of course, we all care about cheaters. Of course, we all care about that type of stuff. The fact that we might not be able to act on it the way we want to does not mean we don't care. Stop coming from Matt's head like he wants people out there cheating in every tournament. Nobody wants that.
Hi, Chopper Vale from Ocala Bets in Ocala, Florida. I do want to say that many of your properties are using similar features right now for other portions of their business. Oregon Surveillance Network, Red Hand, does have a database of known advantage players, suspected cheaters, grifters, hustlers. They don't make claims that they have done anything. They always claim suspicion. Obviously, you're right. There are massive legal ramifications. The Griffin book, James Grosjean, there's lawsuits and libel and slander that occurs. But in terms of operators, there are resources, typically through your surveillance networks, that can access it and can contribute to it if your properties believe that it is worth it for them to do so.
Real quick, how many people know the reputation of Men the Master Win? How many of you would prevent him from playing a tournament at your place? How many have operate? Yeah, there's props to Isaac at Champions Casino over here. He would tell him to piss right off. That's awesome. But that's it. That's it right there. That's why these recommendations always come from somebody who has never worked in poker operations. That is exactly why, because it is something that we all know. We could be pretty certain about something and not be able to do anything about it. But a poker player says, "Oh, just make a list and tell them not to play," because none of them have ever been in a meeting with a bunch of legal people telling you, "Hey, you can't do that, stupid." So I get it. There's a lot of good behind what they want to do here. It's just not feasible.
When I was with Stars, the license holder was our partner because you're going into France, you're going into Spain. Now that I'm with the APT, the license holder is our partner. When we go in, it's not the APT or the EPT or I think the WPT in most cases. They're not running the event. They are bringing the event and partnering with a local property. And so that's why when Matt's in California, he's under California's rules through his partner. It's not WPT's rules through there. So I think sometimes the players forget that. Like WSOP is slightly different because they're running through Caesars, Caesar owns it and all of that stuff. But they would have a different rule at Horseshoe in Indiana or Iowa than they would have potentially in Nevada because they're still operating under different regulatory authority. So I do think players they tend to not even think about that aspect of it.
Isaac Trumbo, Champions Club. Thanks for having me. So there's a big distinction. First of all, I totally agree with you. I've got expensive lawyers too. Um, there is a big distinction between a suspected cheater and an admitted cheater. Ali Ismirovich is an admitted cheater. I don't understand why he can play at any of our tournaments. It baffles me. It's not suspicion. Didn't happen at a club, and we can't share it with someone else. He got on YouTube and said, "This is what I did." He should be persona non grata.
There's also people will say online versus live and that type of thing as well. So um, I don't know if that carries the same weight because of that being online. Should you eliminate them from the live tournaments? Yeah, we talked about that before. Um, Sadly, I don't think we're going to come up with anything here. I'm going to move on. This is some suggestions that came up. If you run multiple day events, like many of you do in this room, checking the IDs at the end of day one. Now, I know for sure that I've had this problem at least twice that we caught at Commerce Casino, where a player showed up the next day and it was somebody else playing their chips. Ended up barring both of those players, but checking their IDs, especially if you have a big event, may not stop it, but I think it's an added thing. I don't think it's a bad idea. It doesn't take very long for the dealers to check the IDs of the 9 players or less at your table. So, yeah, if you're using Poker Atlas, it's already on the tablet. Um, some systems even have photos as well, so you can look into that. But also, I just think it's just an added safeguard, just something to talk about. Hand for hand issues during hand for hand play. will run the same predetermined amount of time off the clock. This is standard and accepted. At the Poker Stars at Resorts World, Charlie Cerisi said they did not stop the clock for hand for hand. He wanted me to bring it up. Do you not stop the clock during hand for hand?
We don't stop the clock because of the TDA and also Daniel Negreanu, who used to put a lot of pressure on us. We did trial it once in Barcelona, one of our biggest events, and it was caused an absolute chaos. It wasted a lot of time. We couldn't start the next tournament, and since then, I'm not going to do it. We just run the clock. The clock is part of the tournament. It's slow part of the tournament. That's it. Simple as that. Some are fast, some are slow. You know, when we break the bubble, it's going to speed up again, right? So when players, because obviously because of this rule, we get, oh, you're not putting 2 minutes on the clock, and I'm just like, nope, we're not putting 2 minutes on the clock. The clock is part of the tournament, and the clock will continue running. They accept it once we explain that it's just a slow part of the tournament. At the end of the tournament, everything's going to average itself out, and you're going to get the same amount of hands as everybody else. Obviously, that depends on a number of factors. So yeah, I also think 2 minutes. If you are going to do this, I think 2 minutes is too slow. I think it should be three, something like that. I think 2 minutes is definitely too slow. So yeah, Alex, yeah, I do stop the clock when one when we're on hand for hand, when one table is all in and that all in call and that table is now prevented from playing, well then now I stop the clock because their time now is being wasted. But while tables are playing, we don't stop the clock. And that's like it's a courtesy thing, I guess. I mean, not just a courtesy thing, but I think it's the right thing to do. That table is not playing anymore, so they are losing time. So then we can stop the clock. It it does, yes. Yeah, it does that, yeah. Yeah. We may also stop the like again, this one is a courtesy thing. We may stop the clock if there's like one or two tables left and that last table is going like 5, 6, 7 minutes. We may. I very rarely do it. The other thing I do is I keep a track of hand one started at this time, hand two started at this time, hand three started at this time. And if any players really come up and like and give me a lot of hassle and trying to force me to do 2 minutes, saying that we're wasting time, we have to fix this. I just show them that, look, I'm keeping a track of it. And if it comes erroneous, then we might do something. And I never once have had to add any time to the clock. I mean, I wouldn't, but I never once have had to do that because it averages itself out at the end. So
All right. Some suggestions there. This is a recommended procedure. Again, with our recommended procedures, you can do what you're else obviously still be part of TDA. So thank you for that. But any other comments? No.
I would otherwise just suggest to change the standard to a maximum of 3 minutes per hand. So what I actually always did, I started the clock. Let's say the bubble starts at 48 minutes 0 seconds. I would let the clock run, stop it at 45. If all hands were finished within 3 minutes, well, then the clock continues. Let's say at 46 minutes, after 2 minutes, all hands were finished. Then it would only lose, of course, 2 minutes on the hand. But I would just cap it at maximum 3 minutes per hand, but it could be less. That's what I would suggest in the recommended procedure.
I'm okay with that, Mike. We could put in here, and it wouldn't change anything for anybody if you want to continue to do three, but the TDA suggests a maximum of 3 minutes per hand. Okay. Suggests a maximum of 3 minutes per hand. Everybody okay with that? Anybody have an issue with that? I'd probably go to 3 minutes. It'd be good. I'd be okay with that. No, just the TDA suggests a maximum of 3 minutes instead of the TDA standard is 2 minutes. Clock stopped, and then you take 3 minutes off.
No, you let it run. No.
Oh.
Let it run.
Huh? Oh, I see. Actually.
If no,
maximum. If all tables are done within 2 minutes, they only lose 2 minutes, but it's maximum 3 minutes for the most.
Matt, we currently do stop the clock and deduct 2 minutes because that's what we've been doing. But I have gotten a lot of complaints from a lot of the high rollers because of they just fire their hands away and they're actually sometimes finishing before that 2 minutes. So the suggestion was to run the clock, have the foreman watch it when it's been running. When you say shuffle up and deal, then tag the 2 minutes, then stop it, or otherwise just let it run.
I'm just saying all of those things, the suggestions that they just said, fit into this right here. If you just say the TGA suggests a maximum of 3 minutes, you can do what you're doing if it says that. Yes, you can. No.
Clock runs until you hit that stop.
I like it. I'm gonna try it.
Until you hit that minute. And then it'll
I like it.
Okay. Wordsmiths here. I don't know how you change it.
The smaller the field, the more that makes sense for sure. Because you get almost never access that.
That's what I'm asking. Somebody want to suggest language for that?
I thought your language was
The word says 2 minutes.
maximum of 3. Suggestion of maximum of 3.
No, we're not changing to clock running. Good luck, buddy.
Break time? Yeah. Someone wants to do it too. They can do it too. Love it.
Okay. Maximum of 3 minutes. Okay. Thanks.
I'm gonna try it in Penny's way of my max high rollers.
All right. Mike, you got that? Okay.
Matt, during hand for hand, play will be up to 3 minutes max. Be done with it.
So you're saying take out predetermined?
Yeah.
I think it should be predetermined, but you can't change it. You could say that these guys are playing really slow, so we're gonna keep them 3 minutes. Well, then every table's playing fast, we're gonna cut it down to 1.5. Well, I think we just say during hand for hand play, each hand will run a maximum of 3 minutes.
There you go. Or no more than. There you go. No more than.
Each hand runs a maximum of 3 minutes.
Anything we're going to put in there is not going to change what you are doing at your property. You can still do the 2 minutes if you want. You can do that. So we got that. We're going to move on for this one.
I'm not giving them 3 minutes of 10 grand.
How many rooms in here? We're going to take a short break, and it'll only be one break today because there's still a lot of things to come. How many of you are involved in deal making at your properties? You get involved, meaning you actually run the numbers for them and do all of that. How many of you don't run the numbers? Okay, it's just a discussion, obviously. Right.
Six of the hands, I think, or 5 of 6 hands. If it wasn't regulatory, would you be involved with the deal? 100%.
Well, how many would prefer to get involved in the deal, regardless? How many would prefer to get involved than not to get involved? Prefer to get involved. It has to be it's everybody, no? You'd rather be able to get involved, yeah.
I want to say a few things about this. Yeah, one thing I want to say about deal making, I think if you're legally allowed to uh, help your players with the deal making and help them pay out the amount of money that they agreed on the deal, you should work with them together. A lot of players, they have backers, they sell action, they swap action, and you want to have those numbers correct. So if they like want to report to their fellow poker players or their backer or their whoever took a share, that that they can prove to them that the amount that they received is correct. I've also heard multiple stories about players where it's not allowed to make a deal. They made a deal, they agreed under the table, and then at the end of the day, when the tournament was over, the winner just took off with all the money. These things just happen. You want to avoid these things. Also, I think a lot of tax offices around the world have the handle bookmarked on their web browser. Like it's a tax haven for them. Like you want to have those numbers correct on the handle if allowed, if possible as well. So if players get taxed, that if because if they made a deal where they won $100,000, but on the prize pool it was $120,000, that they can at least prove to the tax agency that they actually only received 100, or that they won $100,000, that they did not win $120,000. It will resolve a lot of issues. So yeah, whenever possible, try to help and accommodate the players. It's in the best interest for everybody.
I do suggest if you are involved with that, that you have some kind of piece of paper that is signed by those players that make those deals. Because if you don't, you could run into problems. I've seen it, I've heard of it, I've seen it. It happens. Make them sign something for what the deal is for. We have this issue on the WPT. I really talk about it all the time. Sam Cariotti back there, and I have this discussion multiple times a year. Uh, Must the winner of the tournament win all the chips? Must the winner get the most money? There's prizes on top of it. There's trophies. There's pictures. There's seats added. There's seats awarded. There's all kinds of issues here. And I mean, I'm not even sure. I got my head spinning back here of what our actual policy is on the World Poker Tour even today, because we've had so many different things. Sam, can you speak to this? Come on, Sam. We haven't heard from you yet. But do you feel that the winner should get the most money? I do. Should they end up with all the chips? Does that lead to other issues?
Well, I think first and foremost, and it was brought up earlier on one of the other points, the World Poker Tour, we don't have the gaming license. So oftentimes it's what's allowed in the jurisdiction. We're also in another position where if it's a televised event, we must play to a winner. You can't have a deal three-handed in the tournament stop. What I can say that I found out that works, I think, most successfully is that if there is a deal that the winner of you play to a winner and the winner of the tournament wins the most money. And I know there are some properties that have a standard rule when it comes to deal making to say that ICM must be used to protect a player that is inexperienced and so they're not taken advantage of by a veteran player that is trying to get the best deal for themselves. So what I found is if ICM is used for that deal and it says that a certain percentage is remaining for the players to play for and the seat and the title, that usually seems to work out best across all jurisdictions.
I can talk a little bit about this, but yeah, we keep 10% of remaining that the players must play for only in televised events. And again, that's for the reason that gentleman just explained there, is that we have to have a winner. It's been televised. We have viewers watching. We can't just stop when there's three players and let them chop it up. However, in any other tournament, my opinion is it's their money at this stage. It's up to them to do what they want with it. It's really none of our business at this stage. Our responsibility is to make sure it doesn't become a circus. All right. So that means you're going to have some rules, some procedures to protect maybe those, amateur players or those less experienced players. So you can have any kind of rules that you want, but we have things like you can only have one person at the table to help you.
The deal must be done at the table in front of a floor staff. They get a certain amount of time. They can go off and do it in the toilet, but they don't need to. Apart from in France, where we can do deals, that's illegal. So we try to control the environment to make it fair, to make sure that everybody's protected. But if I'm low on, if I'm like a massive chip, if I'm low on chips, and I take a smaller ICM, and then I go on and win the tournament, and they've left 30 grand on top, and I end up getting, I don't know if I've explained that right, but let's say I could win the tournament with less money. Yeah, why not? Like, I don't care. It doesn't matter. There's two parts of a tournament. You've got the prize pool and you've got the trophy. And the prize pool at this stage, it's just nothing to do with you. It's just not your business, really. So, just my opinion. So yeah, I think the winner can take less money. And that's what we do. We publish all deals. We have the players sign a piece of paper and we pay out what they've signed on that piece of paper. But potentially, yes, the winner could take less money. And he's going to take the trophy and he's going to take less money. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all.
All right.
Lloyd asked if players could win more than prize.
All right. Let's move on.
Can that happen? I guess if they leave enough for the to play for, yeah. Yeah.
Non-ICM.
Yeah.
Non-ICM. Yeah.
Well, I think can happen. I don't think I've ever seen that happen, but yeah, I guess if it can.
It can happen
Yeah.
if there's three-handed and two people want to chop, and the other guy says, "No, I'm not chopping." He says, "I'm playing. I want to win all the money, first place." And the other two people are like, "Well, we want to chop second and third." You might say,
That they can chop second
"No,
and third. Everybody
you
has
say,
to agree.
we're playing," and they say, "Well, we'll give you a little extra." So he gets technically more than first place. It has happened.
No.
It has happened. One of these days, I'm going to do it just for fun, but it has happened. So
All right. Huh? Yes, that's true. We did have that deal in Commerce where the guy took uh, no money. He took no money. He wanted the trophy and the picture. He gave all the money to everybody else for $0. Yeah. So you giving the money to the most chips or the most money?
So we don't do that. Neil's probably going to shoot me afterwards. Again, because like they are playing for the trophy. They've paid their fee. Let them sit and play. Like, we'll reduce the clock. We won't let them play for 5 hours. And if it's the last day in the last tournament at 2 a.m. and we have to wrap up, then no. But in general, they've paid their fee. Like, let them play out. I don't really care if they've chopped up. Yeah, like, do you want? I mean, yeah, we definitely chop. We cut the levels. Yeah. 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 I just, yeah, we let them play. Yeah, like they've paid the fee. The dealer's there. I mean, well, player friendly. Player friendly. There you go.
Okay. All right. Carmen's ready when the break ends. This is a procedure. Emily, why don't you know what do you think about that? The question is why do they not have the deck ready when the clock starts? Because there are situations and some places where you'll look a minute into the level and they're not even dealing the first hand yet because there's
I don't mind if dealers were gonna wash the deck, get it, because everybody has it set and spread before the break is over. But I think shuffling before the clock starts is a bad idea because what's the bound? What's the limit on the other side of that? Is it 5 minutes? Is it 2 minutes? Can I sit there with a shuffled deck 5 minutes before the level starts just because I have 3 players at the table? What if there's a push?
No, the recommendation would be that floor, or like what we actually do in Europe in most places is around 30 seconds before the break ends, the floor would announce, dealers, if you have 2 players or more ready at your table, please prepare your deck. So it's 30 seconds before, and there's at least 2 witnesses to double check that the deck is shuffled correctly and that all cards are present in the deck.
Yeah, if it's on the floor discretion, that's fine, but I certainly wouldn't want it to be on the dealer's
No,
discretion.
it
If
is.
there's
The dealers have to
players
wait
there.
for the signal
Yeah.
from the floor in order to prepare the deck, and there needs to be at least 2 players with us. Here is suggested 3 players. I think I'm fine with either.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have a problem with that, but yeah, just leaving it up, I wouldn't.
Could be a recommended procedure. I know it does upset a lot of players, actually, that the dealers are. It seems like they're not ready, but they're just doing what they normally do at the start of the clock when the players feel like the first card should be coming off at that time.
Have one person, one table. In years ago, you figured out how to have one table decide where the button was going to go, right? And it saved time for everybody instead of every single dealer trying to place the button. It's exactly the same thing. It just speeds up everything and you get more hands in.
You get more hands in, so they bust faster and you get more entries.
Anybody opposed? It's becoming a recommended procedure. Anybody opposed? We'll announce it before. And who would prefer 2 players at the table? Hands. Who would prefer 3 players? 2 players? Can you live with 2 players? Can we live with 2 players? All right, 2 players. Let's go. Can anybody not live with 2 players?
Hey, Matt, I think as a recommended procedure, this is fine.
Yes, recommended procedure, yeah.
Recommended procedure is totally fine. Personally, I don't think you should start the actual shuffle until the clock starts. You should be ready, scramble the deck, get ready, but you shouldn't shuffle the cards until everybody should be there. If they're not there because they're late, that's their problem.
Okay, so what would be the problem what would be the problem with doing it with 2 players there? What would be the problem then?
Okay, I don't want to show up to a table on time and know that the dealer that my hand is already set. It just seems weird. It doesn't seem like it's very, nothing good can happen there really. Just start it right when the clock strikes, the dealer says shuffle up and deal, you shuffle up and deal. But you should be ready.
All right, that'd be recommended, obviously, sounds like it won't happen at Best Bet Jacksonville. Sounds like it won't happen at Best Bet Jacksonville, but I think okay.
We've been doing this for years and have had 0 problems. We've been doing it for 15 years, and we have 0 problems. And I think that while sure some players might want to see that shuffle, well then they know if they want to see the shuffle, come back 30 seconds earlier. Most players don't care about seeing that shuffle. Most players care about getting as many hands in as possible. So. He does text me occasionally, but I just ignore him. Now how he got my number. Sorry.
Right. No, not yet. So we'll go a little bit. I know. That's why I'm doing it quick, as fast as I can before Jen grabs the mic. All right. How many of you run bounty tournaments with bounty chips, a single bounty chip? Okay. Of those that do, how many require that if the player throws in the bounty chip, they are all in? How many don't require that they throw it in? Why? Why?
Yeah, they just need to say they're going all in.
Well, it's unclear because we used to do it that way and we had problems and I changed it and that's
What problems did you have? If you say, I make the announcement, if you throw the bounty chip in the pot, you are all in.
Yeah.
You're all in.
Yeah.
But that can lead to mistakes by a player if for some reason, depending on the bounty chip. I mean, I guess if you have a toilet seat, it won't be a problem, but some bounty chips aren't that much bigger than the other chips, and if you somehow accidentally throw that chip in, is the dealer or the floor going to call that an all in? No, it has no value, zero value. If they want to be all in, they can say, I'm all in.
You're basically changing the rules for the players for this specific tournament.
There is
You're
basically
basically
tournaments.
now to go all in, yeah, you can do it this way instead of the way that we really normally want you to do it, which is all in, put your chips over the line. That's what we want from the players. That's what we want. We don't want them throwing in other random chips. We want them to continue doing it in the same way. We can't go to like what the gentleman said there. There has been mistakes. We had errors when we had it before, and I can't remember what they all were, but we had errors. Maybe there were some issues with dealer training as well, but we had errors, and that's why we stopped it. And now we don't have any errors. That's it. So I just think like just keep the game simple, keep it as it is. The way to go all in is to say all in and put your chips over the line, and that's it. There's no other way to go all in.
So we do have them put the bounty chip in when they are all in. One, it's a good way to signal if you were all in. Two, when that player busts, that bounty chip goes to the player that busted the player. So it eliminates people from leaving with the bounty chip that they have. It goes to the player who busted that player.
To Toby's point, Toby is saying he doesn't want this to be a legitimate method of going all in. Similarly, if you look at Rule 41, the excerpt above, silently betting tiny. You remember back in, I think it was 2013, people were tossing in the smallest chip in their stack, and that was being considered as an all in. So we squashed that by saying that, adding that language there. So the question isn't whether or not tossing in a bounty chip is a legitimate form of going all in, but the question is what happens if somebody does it? And you could have language saying tossing in your bounty chip similar to this is strongly discouraged, non-standard, but may be construed as an all-in by the tournament.
There's a little there are some ramifications about that because some tournaments now have progressive bounties, progressive KOs, and you have multiple chips that represent the KOs, the amount of KOs that you have. So I think that the bounty chips are not part of the batting structure on my tournaments. That's I have a similar point of view as Toby. There have been mistakes in the past in which bounty chips were thrown mistakenly. Even though on my tournaments I have different sized bounty chips, they are chips, but the larger diameter, like you would have like the casino 5,000 chips. But what if they throw a time extension part? What if they throw the car keys? Is that also all in? Anything that you throw in the middle is an all in. I think that bounty chips are just like any other non-betting equipment. The betting structure uses face value chips, and I think that's what should be constructed as a bet.
I do agree as well that bounty chips should not count. The only issue is that some rooms nowadays, it is a bet, and that creates among players a lot of confusion. For example, at the World Series, if you throw in your bounty chip, you are all in. If you at an EPT, if you throw in your bounty chip, you're not all in. I think we want to have whatever rule we come up with, but I think we want to have consistency more than anything else, because it could also be getting used for a player in order to angle actually and throw in a bounty chip and then saying, "Oh, I'm just doing this for fun," and then the other player turns over its cards, and we can get in on a lot of issues if we don't come up with at least one standard procedure for this.
Yeah, so I think your point is great because we use oversized bounty chips that say bounty on them. So anybody throwing out an oversized bounty chip that says bounty on it, it's not a mistake on the player that's throwing it out. So that's why, I vote for it's an all because there's only one reason you're throwing your oversized bounty chip that says bounty chip in. It means you're risking that bounty. But I think a lot of places still use chips for bounty, and I would see that as completely it's going to be rule one there. Did they mean to throw it or this or that? But
There was a tournament that they gave every player in the tournament that played in it an all-in chip, and players were throwing it in, and then they were saying they're all in. They go, no, I didn't mean to do that. I was just, playing with it. And then they made the rule that if you threw it in twice, you were all in. And we have used bounty chips as all in forever, not had an issue with it. I don't know. We make the announcement before the tournament starts. And so what you're saying with your tournament, you could just throw it in and you could throw it in and then it's just nothing. It's just so if they throw it in, they could just throw it in.
I
How's
agree.
it angled?
I see more angle opportunities if it means nothing. Like if you're facing a bet and you throw in a bounty chip, it's a nothing. Like if you have a chip in every other situation when you were playing poker, all of them, if you put your chips in the middle, you are telling the other person, try to win these. Come and get it. When you're doing that with the bounty chip, you're saying the exact same thing. Try to get it. There's only one way you can get that bounty chip, and that is by eliminating them. So it is the same thing as saying you are all in. It's really easy, and there's been problems where it's at the bottom of their stack and they put it in, they say, oh crap, and they grab it and they pull it back. You use rule one. Is this an angle or is this something that we could fix because nothing happened? It's the same thing, but I've never had a problem using a bounty chip. I haven't done it where it's just a tool and it's the same as my car keys. But like I imagine if you are facing action and you have this chip that doesn't mean anything and you can throw it in, or if you're first to act and you can throw it in and then they do something and you say, no, I was checking. That's the equivalent to car keys. It's nothing. I see more opportunities to angle in that spot than I do when you tell everybody there's only one way to win this chip. So if you put it in, you're telling them, come and get it.
I've seen like heads and stuff. Then there's a whole bunch of people going, absolutely, they're going to angle that, but he's saying that no one is angling it that way. So that's why it's
I would bet the over no one.
Either in your turn or what? You allow them to throw it in or you don't?
yeah. And I think Mike, you're right on this one. Having that language for, strongly discourage this and that, but TD will rule and making it an all in. So
All right, we're not coming up with anything here, so we're gonna move on.
hang on, we got another one here, a special speaker, Matt.
Those that continue to do it correctly will do it correctly, and those with the spell.
Sorry, should this be covered by rule one? Because a lot of players use a poker chip as a card protector. So if someone like, I mean, car key is a too extreme of an example, but if a player use a poker chip that is not uh, a chip in play, but like a poker like a souvenir poker chip or a poker chip from a different casino, whatever, as a card protector, and they throw that chip into the pot, right? That should be covered by rule number one, right? Like so, for example, he's facing an all in, and then he threw that card protector into the pot, right? We call the floor. Then we really should use rule number one, whether or not we root that as a call, right? Because that is a huge angle shoot opportunity, right? That we should really reevaluate that circumstance, and we should really sometimes root that as a call, shouldn't we?
So here's what I think. When this brought up, I just thought this was a waste of time. I'm like, obviously it's an all in. I 100% believed if you threw in a bounty chip, it's an all in. Why are we even talking about this? But this is why we talk about this, because it makes you think. And now I'm Team Toby and Team DC. No, let me tell you why. Let me tell you why, and maybe you will change. Okay. Okay. So so the problem is the reasoning why they don't like it is because mistakes can be made, right? And the reason mistakes can be made is because it's a bounty chip. That's the problem. It's a chip. If it wasn't a chip, there would be no mistakes. If it was a square, or a plaque or something else, the second thing that he's got brought up here was there was a tournament that had time chips. They were circular, they were chips, and they were for extending your time. A player waiting on somebody to act. They made a bet. They see a guy throw out a time chip. They think that's a call. They see a chip coming forward. They think it's a one chip call. It can be mistaken as a call because this time chip was a chip. They realized their stupid mistake in making it a time chip, and they changed them out and made them time squares or time rectangles. So mistakes couldn't be made and misconstrue things as a chip. So if bounty chips weren't chips, then you'd never have the problem of somebody mistakenly putting a chip in and thinking it's a call. I love rule number 2. It is my favorite rule. I think right now, as the rule stands, if somebody does mistakenly put out a bounty chip, they're all in and that's their own fault. But to prevent these problems from happening, you could change it so a bounty chip is not a chip. So if I make a bet and I see somebody toss out one chip, I assume they're calling me because they tossed out one chip. But in reality, that was their bounty chip and they went all in and I didn't realize I opened my hand.
If you make an announcement, before the tournament starts, if you throw your bounty chip, you're all in.
I
then it's
agree with
greasy.
that. I 100% agree. All I'm saying is that the issue with the mistakes is that it's a chip.
All right, guys. A lot of us don't use time chips, but again, the suggestion from Michael Gagliano, Gags, says that player threw in the time chips that were about the same size as the regular chips, and the player thought it was a call and tabled their hand. Procedure for time banks. I think that if you're using time banks, I'm not going to waste a lot of time on this, but try and make them a different shape, try and make them a different size, try and make them a different color, so they're very clear and distinct. I think that's something that um, could be a procedure or whatever, but it's not anything that. Hello.
Hello.
Who are you? It's the first time we're hearing from you.
No, I've been here many times.
No, it's from hearing from you.
Okay, yes. April King, Firekeepers, Battle Creek, Michigan.
Yes.
I want to address the car key example. No one is buying into a tournament where you are risking your car. You are purchasing into a bounty tournament. You are given a bounty chip or a bounty plaque. You are well aware of the tournament you're participating in. We are all requiring them to keep the bounty chip or token on the table, correct? It is integral to the game. Yeah. You put it in, you know what you're doing. Rule number 2, pay attention. If a player puts across a stack of chips with a large chip on bottom that says, oops, I didn't mean for that chip to go in, are we going to give it back?
Yeah, I understand the car key example was a bit extreme. I was just trying to refer to some object that is not part of the betting structure of the tournament. Some tournaments that I've seen, they have no bounty chips. They have bounty pieces of paper. So when you sign up, you get a ticket, and then you get a second ticket that is your bounty. Listen. If the tournament structure clearly says if you throw in your bounty chip, you're all in, it's cool. I mean, if the tournament, I run tournaments for sponsors that clearly said every single player must wear the sponsor hat to be able to play that tournament because there were special prizes. If you took your hat off, your hand was dead. It was clearly stated in the rules. It was a fun tournament for a sponsor, and players were getting free money on top of it. So it was a different rule. I mean, if the rules are clear, no problem. You can state that the bounty chip is an all-in declaration. We clearly say that it is not in our tournaments.
I think Matt's point is really good. We run a lot of events that are bounties. We run PKOs. All of our tournaments here in the studio have shot clocks with time extensions. So we're using a lot of things that are used as gaming devices in some of the bigger buy-ins in the world. And we've never had any issues because we take a lot of time to make sure that all of those gaming devices are different size, different shape, and a different color than any physical chips we have in play. So there's no mistaking of a bounty chip. There's no mistaking of a time chip. They're not even time chips. They're time extensions. They're squares with a gray color. Looks nothing like a chip. Doesn't even sound like a chip when it enters the pot. Our bounty chips or bounty tokens, whatever, they're considerably larger than what a chip is, and they're flatter, and they're not a color that it's even in our chip set. So I think if you're going to be running some of these exotic tournaments, it's really important as operators to have these gaming devices not look like a chip. Don't even call them a chip. Call them something else. Have them completely different size, completely different shape, different color. And then if you clearly make them different, you can be tighter on the rules and say, yeah, if you throw this in, you are all in. There is no way that you misconceived this as a chip.
So, and Paul, to your point, and Matt, you'd mentioned this also, potential recommended procedure might read bounty chips, time chips, etc., should be in a shape and size different than standard chips. And betting with these non-chip items is strongly discouraged and will be interpreted by the TD under Rule 1. Something to that effect. Or so then there's no agreement. Right, different size, shape. Okay. Different size. Okay.
Taking a break? The one from 30 minutes.
Yes.
All right.
Time and
Come back 12:10. 12:10. Please be back. Again, we're still going to be rushing through a lot of stuff. We're only here till 2 o'clock today. You got a half day. Only here till 2 o'clock.
like this.
12:10. Please come.
What's going on, buddy? Good, good. I was late this morning. I just we got out late this morning. Well, it's too late during the contest. So I didn't get in. Free. We got caught up with like it's gonna stack. I was like, I gotta come. Well, this is amazing. I was like, I gotta come. Nothing else. Playing it? And the guy that's like snaps around it up. I love what's done here with Matt. Get him in now. Yeah, I think this guy. That's a Oh yeah, yes, of course. That's the only thing that's funny. So the reason I have that stand which I would normally just say random card theory because you leave the situation open for now everybody just is rules. It's not rightfully so. They're getting a random card. What's that? But it's easier to know exactly how to expect cards there, where you go random card. So it also random doesn't affect anything. So they're supposed to.
bring it up, but I don't know if it's a waste of time. Is there ever a way that there could be a recommended payout structure? Like an 8%, a 10, a 12, a 15? Oh, not probably.
Matt's 12-10.
No, but I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna pay 8% of the field, these are the recommended payout percentages. You're gonna pay 10% of the field. It's the inconsistency and stuff like that, and I just revamped mine and made a payout system. 6. Stop. Okay. It's just
Matt
like
is 12-10.
consistency and
Actually, it's 12-12.
yeah, it's all over the place. And if there was like a recommended, that would help standardize payouts a little more. And it's a big part of poker.
12-13.
All right, take your seats. Take your seats.
Please take your seats. We got a lot to do. Come on in. Please come in, take your seats. So before we start second half after break, I just want to say a couple things. First of all, there's two men in here that I really want to thank because they work so hard. Mike Bishop over here. And I don't know how we got Mike Bishop. Just a little bit of history. Originally it was 4 of us. Jan Fisher, thank you for everything, because she was a founding member. And we, between the 4 of us, we paid for all the summits. We didn't have sponsorship. We answered all the questions, and people would ask the board, and we would answer. And then all of a sudden, we noticed that on the forum, there was some guy named Mike Bishop who kept answering all the questions. And we kept saying to each other, who the fuck is Mike Bishop? So, but yeah. And where did he come from and everything? And he just kept answering questions, and nobody had met him or anything. And I'm not sure. I think, did we invite you to come to one finally? Is that what happened? '07, we invited him to come to the summit just because we didn't know who he was or where he came from or anything. And he has become an integral part of this. He puts together, he works so hard on all the video, not video, what do you call it? AV, all the PowerPoint, that's it. And the board has meetings for several days prior to this. The second person I want to thank is Matt Savage. You all have no idea how much time Matt puts into the TDA. And you guys, I just want you to know how much I appreciate you. And I also want to thank our volunteers, Susan and Stu, for running around with the mics. And anyway, back to business now, but thank you guys.
How about Linda Johnson?
Matt, just quick addition to this topic is to what we're talking about now. The important thing is for even all the players out there, Matt and Mike and all of us here, everybody here is donating their time. Nobody here is getting paid to do what we do to try to evolve poker. I know that we all have our professions. Poker is our business, our lives, but we did not have to come here every couple of years. We did not have to put together Matt and Mike and Linda and Jen did not have to start all of the things. So we want to evolve the industry, and I think that a good example of this is that throughout the years, the number of new rules have. We don't need to be adding new rules a lot anymore because poker has reached, I think, a maturity And now all we are doing is trying to make interpretation and standardization better. So thanks, Matt. I think it is a great service to the industry.
Gracie, if you have a mic, this is your slide. This is a cool idea. Talk about it.
Yeah, this is one thing that we tried out last year and was just a blast. For our higher buy-in tournaments, the biggest high rollers that we have, which is kind of half and half. The field is half is professionals and half are very wealthy amateurs, but they want to play the pros. So one player once approached me and said, "Well, I really wanted to see the flop turn the river on that specific hand." I said, "Well, I'm gonna fix that for you." So we are giving one rabbit card for each player from the start of the tournament. They can only use it once, and they just loved it. It made the game a lot more fun for them, and they can even and give the cards to another player if they want to. So it's a lot of fun. It creates no problems at the game, and it doesn't make the tournament any longer. And the players just loved it.
Just an idea, right? Huh?
Make sure
Uh,
it's like a rabbit.
All right, so this is actually like a Poker Atlas, our presenting sponsor. Thanks again, John and Justin. Um, breaking tables. It was always on the if you came to the table, you need to break the table, right? So even if they've shuffled, I always break the table, and that has always been something we've done. Um, with Poker Atlas, you actually go to the table with slips or just telling the players where to go. Do you guys feel like is anybody still not breaking the table if they've started the shuffle? Do they consider that part of the hand? You're not. Even if the other tables are short or anything like that, you don't get complaints about that. Okay. Um,
I will balance a table. Sorry, I will balance a table if the player is finished the hand. But to break the entire table, I wait until they have finished the hand in play. I'm if the hand hasn't been dealt, yes. If the hand's dealt, I don't take everybody.
uh, I don't even know if I have another slide for you, Paul, but talk about random breaking order. Nobody's, yeah, that's not something I've never done. I'm not opposed to it. There are certain venues where it's probably not easier to do, but you have a solution for that as well. Go ahead.
Okay. This is something that we've done in our high rollers for probably about what, Candace? Probably 6 years. And now we're starting to integrate it into any other major event, and I starting to integrate it more and more and more into just all the tournaments we run. Anyone who knows me knows that I do less full tournament redraws than anybody in the industry. I'm against them for a variety of reasons. However, I still needed to implement something that accomplished the objectives that a redraw does without the issue with with a redraw. So I need to randomize the tournament at that point. Um, so what we do is once they get down to a predetermined number of tables in the event, usually it's a few tables off the money. Instead of doing a full redraw, we implement what's called random table breaking order. I also believe that players do not deserve to know what the breaking order is. I'm actually very opinionated about that. Players do not. That's information the players do not deserve to know. So, in order to fix that, we did random table breaking order. We get down to, let's say, we get down to 6 tables, 8-handed, and we're at 48 players. I say, okay, players, we're now on Random table breaking order, there is no breaking order. Once we get down to 40 players, then we will draw for which of the tables breaks, and they just fill the seats on the other tables that are open. The concept is that at that point of the tournament, no table outranks another. They happen to be numbered 1 to 6 just for because they have to be named something. I could call them giraffe, tiger, hippopotamus, peacock, lion. It doesn't matter. It's just the name of the table. There's not one table that outranks the other. They are 6 tables that at a crucial point of the tournament are considered main tables. Once we implement random table break, we're also on random table balance. I don't like the fact that with your break in order, you're always pulling from the first table to break. Why should that table always have to give up the player? Why does the table at the front of your break in order always have the luxury of playing full-handed?
Well, that because it's the next table to break, so they're going to move one less time. They're going to have to move anyway. But I
Okay, but it's still, it's, you know, that table at a slight competitive disadvantage if they never have the assurance of being full as frequently as tables other. So when we do random balance, let's say I need to move a player from a table to one table is too short, they need a player. We just draw from which table is going to be given up the player, and then we go randomly balance off that table. Once we implement random table break, in high rollers, there's no such thing as positional balancing. We do not balance big blind doors position in high rollers. There's no such thing as it. Every single balance is done by a high card. I'm actually becoming more and more a fan of high card balancing and less a fan of positional balancing in every tournament, actually. So once we're on random table break, it's random table break, random table balance, and there's no such thing as positional balancing. All balancing is done randomly. We high card a player off, and they draw from the open seats at the table. What it fixes is what it fixes is my issues with redraws. I'm not against redraws. My redraws against redraws at specific points in the tournament. And the point of the tournament that I'm really against redraws is when they're already into the money, especially when they're well into the money. I think the issue with redraws is you're completely changing the chip distribution on the tables. You heard me talk about this previously, which why, I feel like there's a point in registration where it's important to open up tables in a different manner than just opening tables through whatever operating system you're using. And you need to be more diligent about opening the table with existing players because that table deserves to have average stacks at their table. I'm a big chip distribution on the table guy. I think it's fair for the tournament where all players have the opportunity to win similar numbers of chips on the table. When you do a redraw, you completely throw that out of balance. Let's say you're doing a 3-table redraw and a 2-table redraw. I think you're over redrawing your tournament. I think what happens sometimes is, the tournament will naturally break down to where the chips on each table remain reasonably constant or within a threshold that you are acceptable with. When you do a redraw deep into the money, you really take the risk of having far too many chips on one table and far too few on the other table. And in my opinion, you're affecting who can win the tournament. It's very difficult to win the tournament or have a deep cash if you happen to draw the table with 30% of the chips in play. And I'm uncomfortable affecting the tournament in that manner. With random table break, you are much more assured of keeping a constant chips on all the tables. Another thing about redraws is that you're incentivizing the players to stall. If if the players know there's going to be a redraw when 24 players remain or when 16 players remain, as soon as they see that there's 26 players remaining, 25 players remaining, they are incentivized to they're incentivized to not play, especially if they're in early position. They're incentivized to wait as long as they can to avoid being that big blind because they know if we get down to 24, then you're going to redraw the tournament and then they get a random button draw. With random table break, it incentivizes the players to play fast because they're, no matter how many tables you have, you're far more likely to retain your table than to break your table. They want to actually get through the blind. So Matt, you are forcing them to play poker. You are forcing them to play poker. So it resolves all. There's no incentive to stall anymore. So I know people are like, oh, players are stalling. Then just monitor it, monitor it, monitor it. And I've always been more of a proponent of if you have an issue, just write a fair procedure that fixes the issue. And this completely fixes the issue of stalling at predetermined inflection points where the players are financially incentivized to not play poker. So I've made a procedure where they are financially incentivized to play hands, and it also has done a lot better job of keeping the fair chip distribution on the tables at the most critical point of the tournament. Yeah, it encourages them to slow play if they know the next table to break. Then they're getting information in the tournament. They get an advantage. If you know you're the next table to break, you are financially incentivized to play as slow as you can to avoid being the big blind. And I just don't think as a player in the tournament, you deserve that information.
So let me just be clear on this. I do not think this is for every tournament. I don't.
I agree. I'm not saying that it is for every tournament.
Right.
I'm just saying that I use it in my major events and I use it in high rollers and I don't use it the entire tournament. When you have 30 tables left, you don't need to be on a random breaking order. That would be incredibly labor intensive. But no one's stalling out of the big blind with 30 or 40 tables left in the tournament. But as they approach the money or as they are in the money, they 100% are, and they are financially incentivized to do so. And this procedure fixes all of it.
Yeah. So we usually do that too. We do the random table breaking order. I get asked all the time, what's the next table to break? We don't disclose that information. And it's really magnified, Linda, because of the big blind ante. Because of the big blind ante, and you have to contribute so much in one hand, and they know their table's breaking, they will stall because if they're one table or two, or sorry, person or two away from breaking, they're going to stall as long as they can. So if they know their table's breaking, so they don't have to play the big blind ante, because it does so much of it. So yeah, we do random table breaking order as well.
We are
Once we get manageable, kind of like the two tables out of the money and the when we're balancing within. No, at the beginning, we still don't disclose it to them, but we break tables early in tournament based on the needs of the casino, whether we have cash game dealers in there or it's further out. I mean, so yeah, we break tables based on the need of the casino early, and players at that point still, we don't disclose what table's breaking next.
Yeah.
So
And I fought Sam on this for many years, and at Bay 1-1, we need this table for a 6-12 game. We need this game for a 1-2 no limit. And I would say we don't have an order. What we should have an order. And this obviously is nobody ever complained about it at Bay 1-1 because they are, they don't care, but they would care for many years. People would care if you didn't have a table breaking order.
I'm 90% sure that it's true that the PokerStar software randomly selects who to take from a table. And there was a great deal of complaints about that. And Esai's attitude was, it's all random. It'll even out in the wash. And I think that I don't know if I'm pretty sure the table's break in random order. I may be wrong about that, but I know for a fact that the player chosen to move to a empty seat is randomly chosen. And we got screamed at for a while until everybody got over themselves. And 100 million tournaments later, it's all fine.
Yeah.
I actually have in the past I've experimented with an idea that when you're down to a few tables, the way you do is like, so let's say you have a nine-handed tournament. So when you're down to 28 players, so you're one away to break the fourth table four. So the table that lost to 28th place, break that table. So that way the process is random, and there's no way for the players to know which table to break. Then I think that is one way of doing it. That's just an idea to throw it out there for.
All right, I'm going to move on because I don't think there's anything here, but I do want to say that I do get complaint now and they're saying because it's a big blind ante that we are breaking tables too often. I've always broke 3 tables in one in all of the events, and anytime I have a championship event, I will do 3 2-1. So players are saying, why do you need to redraw later in the tournament? Is there a reason to do that? The reason we have done it for years is so that, I don't know, alliances aren't created or people aren't on the same table all day long and other people are moving and you're not having to move, that type of thing. I don't know if there's anything here for doing that, but there is a complaint out there about redrawing too much. Now, Paul and I have always argued that point. He says he should redraw less, and I've always argued with him that it's fine to redraw at that stage. But just putting that out there, that a lot of people are complaining about the fact that we are redrawing too much. 3-1, end of days, 3-1, or if it's a championship event, 3-2-1. I would always do. Right. exactly. Anyway, something to think about. This is some quick. I think there's a recommend procedure addition for a standard procedure for how soon before a break or a level change you want to break a table. I know you said that about the dealer pushes. Is it the same for you? You're breaking a table 30 seconds before a level change or before a break?
I think you should. I mean, I think that once you reach a point where there are 80 players, tournament for 8 hands, once there's 10 tables, then whatever table you're breaking shouldn't be playing any more poker. I know that that is very inconvenient for us as operators if you're breaking a table right before break, especially if there's a color up associated with the break. But I do believe that if, you have 80 players in your tournament, you should be on 10 tables, and the tournament clock shouldn't dictate that procedure. But I'm open to that one.
Any other comments on that? Anybody think that we should be breaking tables right before a level change or a break? Yeah.
If it was in
Go ahead,
in
Jason.
registration. Just be mindful in regards to inter registration. But with 10 seconds left before a break, yes, I would be breaking a table of any other level other than if it's a 2 hour, 4 hour block or whatever.
Flexible. All right. I don't think anything's there for that. Is there a recommended procedure or rule needed for this? Is a button in the right place? A seat card or a cut card under the button when the break begins? Fix the argument if the button is wrong. I saw this procedure somewhere where the dealer puts a cut card under the button so that they know that the button was moved and in the correct spot. And that way, we do get that question quite a bit. I was a button before the break. I was this and that. It's this little procedure that I saw and I liked it. And I've never seen it again or since. So
Carl Hines, Niagara Falls. All of my weekly tournaments, there was arguments every single break about the button.
Yeah.
We implemented the button goes on the player stack. It has to be touching their chips. So the person that's button next, I come around on break and check and I've had zero problems since implementing that. And if it's a dead button, if it happens to be dead, it's right against the rail in the dead spot.
Matt,
what's that?
Yeah.
Okay. I think we should probably make a recommended procedure for it. Anybody
Yeah.
opposed to that?
Yeah, Matt. We've been
Where do
doing the cut card under the button for the last year, and the number of complaints or issues with where the button should be are zero.
Yeah.
We train our dealers that when the players go on break, take the button, you push it into these, and it touches the chips. Not only because the players are on break, was 15 minutes later, so there might be a going through at that time. So the procedure is so that the incoming dealer knows where that button is. When you're dealing, you have that kind of in the center of the table. It's kind of that you know that it's in the 7 seat, but if you leave it there, a dealer pushing in might not know if it's in the 6, the 7, the 8. And the players, they forget more often than they claim they do. They come back from break, and there's a different. So all we do is we teach the button on break, push the button directly into the stack in which it belongs. We tell them not to put on top of it. It could fall off and roll. That is round. To have them on the felt right next to the stack. I have had 0 pins.
Is anybody opposed to making this a recommended procedure? I think it's a great idea. It'll be a cool thing to come out. And I'm telling you, a lot of button issues. We've always had these issues, and I've never done any of those things. So I like it. Write it up, Mike. You do leave it in the open spot? Yes. Okay. All right. This one comes up, button move twice. And I fought with this for years with Tab because Tab used to do it at Borgata, and he would back it up. And I think we made a a rule that we would not back it up. It would move forward. Anybody still wanting to back it up? I think Lloyd does too, right? It does work.
Just with the previous button placement on the brakes, what do you do if there's a dead small blind? What's a like sometimes we have in Australia we have dealers that we just go and break and we just leave the tables. So when we come back and there is a dead small blind, like somebody has to say something or we tell the players, but there's no real way of indicating that there's a dead small blind if everyone's left the table and we all move up table at break.
You doing anything specific there, Paul? The button, yeah. We don't.
Yeah, it doesn't have. The dealers are usually pretty good about translating that information to the incoming dealer. I know in mixed tournaments, when you're changing games and you have dead smalls and dead bigs, we do have some buttons that we use to put in that situation, like dead small or next big blind. Yeah, so we do have some buttons to communicate not only from dealer to dealer pushes, but also on game changes when we're running, horse or 8-game mix or 20 mix dealer's choice when you're switching from flop game to stud game to draw game.
So you would move a button back?
Move the button back?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Different thing.
Kind of.
If the gets moved twice because people weren't paying attention and somebody missed their big blind because the button got moved twice. So the person that was supposed to be big blind never played their big blind and this guy did. And now he's only small blind. You're talking about moving it back now and then jumping 2 spots the next hand just to make sure this guy pays the big blind that he missed. What's wrong? Right. Okay. So guess what? The person who missed playing their button, rule 2, pay attention. If you want to play your button, pay attention to the action and know that you're supposed to be the button next hand. If substantial action happens on this hand where the button got moved twice and you were supposed to be the button, that hand is now locked in. You missed your button. You should have paid attention. If all the other players are now crying because this guy was supposed to play his big blind and his big blind ante and he got away with not posting it. Oh, that's not fair. He didn't post his big blind or his ante. That's not fair. Guess what? There's 8 or 9 other players at that table that are responsible for paying attention to the action. If they really wanted him to play his big blind that last hand, they should have made sure that the puck was in the right spot. I don't think we should be backing it up. I think it's everybody's responsibility to make sure that things are in the right spot. And if substantial action happens and it's in the wrong spot, we just progress forward. And that's how it is. My opinion.
All right. So who moves the button back currently?
I don't personally.
Wow, shocking. Morgana still does it. All right. Yeah. All right. I don't think we're doing that. So that's sorry, Lloyd. Yeah.
My debate to
I
Jen.
love that mic for you.
I'm sorry. My debate to Jen is that, especially now with all the recommendations of trying to shuffle up, before the clock goes off, with the, if the dealer is really fast, players might not get back in time to be able to defend the fact that the button's in the wrong spot. It happens a lot.
Not.
I understand.
Not with our new procedure.
Okay.
Won't happen. Whatever. Training.
We moved forward. I rolled over on that one a few years ago. I do think if you can fix it, then you should just go back and then skip. And it's not necessarily because that player missed the button. I don't really care if that player missed the button. I just think that everybody should pay the blinds. I don't feel strongly about it, So that's why we just do continue moving forward.
Yeah, I think it's.
I would definitely, I would just go back if it's fixable and doesn't affect any other part of the game. It's not a difficult thing to do. It's very simple, and then everybody has now paid their blind. So I think that is slightly more important than that guy missed his button. Like, that's his fault, right?
Yeah. Thanks, Toby. Uh-oh. Kevin, actually, we're going to give Kevin the mic here. I don't know why. On purpose. How many of you spread the pot if the player says how much is in the pot, you can't count it, it's no limit hold'em. How many of you will have the dealer, as a procedure, spread the pot? Anybody that says to the dealers they cannot spread the pot? Kevin. Okay.
So we are talking about no limit, not pot limit. So in pot limit, obviously the players are supposed to know how much is in the pot, and the dealer's going to tell them how much. When we're talking about no limit, the dealer should not be assisting in how much is in the pot at any time. If the player's asking the dealer to spread the pot, the question is, why are they asking the dealer to spread the pot? To find out how much is in the pot. Well, now you're assisting a player on how much is in the pot, which is what you're not supposed to do. It is a game of alert, continuous observation, strategy, player's responsibility to know how much the blinds are, the antes, the bets are, how much is actually in the pot. So it is one player per hand. Nobody should be assisting a player in how much is in the pot. So if a player does ask for it, the dealer should not spread the pot to assist the player in how much is in the pot. The two main reasons why you would want to know how much is in the pot is if a floor gets called over because somebody says 5 and throws out a 5,000 chip. Was it 500 or 5,000? Well, the floor then will count the pot to make the ruling. The other situation on how much you'd want to know how much is in the pot is if you think the pot is incorrect. So you want to count the pot to make sure that the dealer actually pulled in the right amount on the bets and this and that. So those would be the two reasons why you would actually count the pot in a no limit game. There is no other reason. The reason this is being brought up also is because, it was brought up a few months ago at the Gardens Casino, so we went over that with them. But also, it was just added to the WSOP rules this year that the dealers would spread the pot in no limit hold'em.
Do you think the players have a right to visually see how much is there?
Yeah.
Well, the pot's visually in front of them already. They were there for the small blind, the big blind, the ante post. They were there for the pre-flop and all the turn bets. So you're assisting them in letting them know how much is in there. You're taking advantage.
You think they should remember all this information rather than be able to just visually see what's in that pot? What if there's some big chips hidden under the chuck, for example?
So you have a reasonable estimation of how much somebody's chips are behind, and you have a reasonable estimation of how much is in the pot. Now, if you're paying attention, which look, it's a game of skill, and any edge I can get without angling, I want to have as a player. So because I can do the math and follow the action and pay attention to who bet, who raised, who called, how much is in the pot, and you can't. Now I know how much is in the pot. So when you make a bet, I know if you're making a third pot size bet or half pot.
I'm gonna chime in here a little bit because I know why they asked to spread the pot. In my opinion, I'm with you. I keep track of what's in the pot in my head. However, we spend a lot of time in our Wednesday poker discussion group talking about GTO theory. And if you look at some of the solvers in the GTOs, they actually tell you, they break it down by a quarter pot, and Stu's did all those meetings too, a quarter pot, a third pot, and they give you your percentages. I mean, and they're in minuscule amounts. And we literally, they'll sit and have discussions for an hour on whether the bet, if the pot is this big, should it be a 25% bet, a 1/3 bet? Should you go smaller? Should you overbet? And analyze all the statistics on the solver charts. But that's why I think it's happening. I'm not a GTO player. It's way too hard for me. I'd rather play intuitively. And I was taught early on to track the pots myself. So I do. But I think that's the reason you're seeing them ask for the pot to be spread, if they're especially for GTO players.
Right. So just to prove my point is they're asking to spread the pot because they want an assistance on how much is in the pot. They want the dealer to help them tell them how much is in the pot. But if you actually players, this is what it says on the board here. Players need to follow the ante, blinds and bets, etc., to know how much is in the pot. Spreading the pot is mostly to figure out how much is in the pot. With us, I'm against the dealer spreading the pot, since betting the pot is not a legal bet, and we have that in the rules. You can't say I bet the pot in no limit hold'em.
Two things here, and it goes back to what we're talking about trying to make the game easier for the newbies. One, if you're playing online, the amount of the pot is sitting there right in front of you as a number. And when you come to live poker, there's 47 things happening simultaneously that you don't understand. And if we can make one of them at least a little bit easier, and I'm not suggesting the dealer should announce the pot size, but at least we're giving the newbies some reasonable chance of making an estimation of the pot size. And look, the good players are going to beat the bad players. It's been happening for 100 years. It's going to continue to happen. And spreading the pot and letting the new inexperienced player have some sense of, yeah, the pot's 5,000 or it's 10,000 or it's 20,000. You're just making an incredibly difficult game marginally less, and you're being friendly to them. Yeah, sure. Oh no, we can't show you that. Then you might, that's just not what we're trying to do here.
Yeah.
Why do players' chips need to be visible and countable? Pot doesn't.
Yeah, that was.
I already brought that up. You have a reasonable estimation of how many chips you have behind. If you're all in, it's different. And I brought this up at TDA Summit years ago about online and it showing the pot and how many chips everybody has. And if we're going to go that route, then somebody should be able to bet the pot in no limit, and somebody should be able to ask how much is the pot. If we're going to spread the pot, then why can't we? If you're arguing the other side of it, which is okay, like I said, it's open for discussion. Then if you're going to say we can spread the pot so somebody can know how much is in the pot, and then why not let them know how much is in the pot?
But it's just a visual too. Like if
I understand.
requiring the players' chips to be able to be counted from across the table, you can't count the players' chips for them if you're asking. You can't give them the amount, but they have to be visible, right? Why is it not the same for the pot? Plus, if you want all of the tournament tables to be played as evenly as possible, not all dealers put the pot in the same place in the same rate. Some are looser, some are tighter. What if there are bigger chips under? I think the players should be able to see what's in the pot because some people don't count in their head.
So I agree with you. The chips are different, but what's the same at all tables are the small blind, big blind, ante, and whatever was bet. And the last line says this does take away another player's edge or skill advantage. And if we want to just concede that it's only about new players and not about edge and skill and competition and all of these other things and integrity, then yeah, we would let them spread the pot. But I don't think that's what the bottom line is for. I think it's also about the integrity of the game. And again, if we're going to spread the pot, then if they ask you how much is in the pot, then we should tell them how much is in the pot. Online does it, so we can do it. I don't think that logistically we can. And so there's no reason to add the rule that dealers could spread the pot. And, so the fact that it was just added this year by the WSOP is kind of, is an odd thing that it just was added, but,
The notion they just put in the woods is quite surprising to me, as I dealt the series it's been go back. Would have sworn this was
Well, no, I think cash games, they do it all the time, but in tournament, like I said, your procedure might have been doing it, but our dealers have been told not to.
Can you live with it?
The ante first?
No, spreading pot.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to go that route, that dealers are allowed to spread the pot. It's standardization.
We're not doing that road. We've been in that road. We've been for so many years. We're not going that road. We're still maintaining that road. I think that's
spreading the pot the whole time.
yeah, sure.
I don't think it happens that often.
So again, it does go back to all of those points that we have
that
all of these other rules in place for no limit and pot limit. And players cannot bet the pot. They cannot, in no limit, they cannot bet the pot. And here we're going to assist them in how much is in the pot.
All right. We're going to actually add it as a recommended procedure. Thank you for bringing it up.
Recommended to not spread. They can do it, but a recommended procedure would be to not spread the pot.
No, to spread the pot.
I understand you disagree with it.
I was just gonna say it feels like not vast, but maybe a good majority of the time the pot is already spread, and so to keep everything consistent throughout and for all the hands in the tournament, that if a pot is not already spread out and a player asks, which doesn't happen that frequently, I think it'd be okay to make the pot look like it looks normally in other hands. And a follow-up question is, should we be teaching dealers to keep large chips visible when they're putting the pot together, or keeping it spread so that it's less likely for a player to ask to spread the pot? Okay.
So right. So it's pretty obvious that it's pretty obvious that most people agree that you should spread the pot, right? Raise your hand if you think we should spread the pot, right? Okay, so that's pretty obvious to me. So that's fine, but that's why we brought it up. Upon request, yeah.
Well, we didn't even know it, but yeah, now you bringing it up as not doing it. Now we're going to do it. So we're just going to do whatever you don't want to do. Yeah. Yes. We did meet with Jack for over 2.5 hours the other day. It was actually very productive. So I'm happy with that. I don't know if we want to get too much into this because it could take the rest of the time. Is there any TDA rules specifically that are key TDA rules that anybody is not doing and doing differently? By show of hands. Yes? Spreading the pot.
Spreading the pot.
You're not still doing first card off the deck, right? I thought you changed that.
No, we came back. We did change it. I tell players 99% of North America does it wrong. Last card off the deck, so we now do it wrong, which is what I'm going to be telling them about.
Yeah.
Big blind ante, but standardization. So we will be changing them, and we did change the last card, first card. No, actually, it's a simple one. It's actually the English only at the table rule, and it's of course by region. But our specific is we do English only at all times at the table. So if you're at the table, it is English only, not only while a hand is going. And the reason is so before the hand, during the hand, after the hand. If you're at the table, it is English only. And this like I said, TDA rule says while there's a live hand, that it's English only during the hand. So we changed it to all times because, of course, once a hand's over, then you can tell somebody in a different language what you had in that language, which now they're getting information at the table that the other players aren't privy to.
Matt, in Manitoba, we have a specific rule about no betting on the river. If no bets are made on the river and it's checked down, all live hands must show. I've questioned our gaming authority about that, and they consider it an anti-collusion rule. So you can't check down or fold your hand for your buddy.
Okay.
It's interesting.
Matt, sorry, just where's that?
I think we did change that last time. Yeah, I think we did change that then.
The house will clearly post the politics language at the table. That's the existing TDA rule.
Yeah, I think I think I have some of my notes, and so we did change that from last time. So, and then
Obviously, that's specific. Languages in our room. So you tried to tell them they literally couldn't speak Chinese or Japanese or something like that while there's 7 Chinese guys on the table, and you said no because the tournament's English only. I wouldn't have a tournament.
Yeah. Yeah.
These are all notes that I've typed in my phone over the last year. People are saying that, and I've seen it too, that in satellites or whatever, that the whole table agrees to shove. That is, in fact, collusion should not be allowing them to happen. Um, but what happens if it does? The question is, would you DQ that player if everybody else has already left the table? I think that's a viable option, but I think it's probably up to your house policy or however you want to rule that. Just know that people are doing that. I don't think there's anything to see here, but if you find a card on the floor or in the tray during the play of a hand, are we waiting? Are we going to completely misdeal that hand if there's substantial action
I think it should miss you.
and return all bets?
Yeah.
All deck, yeah.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, Matt. In our rules, we also have one other thing, and other places in Latin America or have that as well for gaming regulation purposes. Their foul deck definition also includes if a joker is found within the hand. So it is considered a foul deck because the dealer supposedly counted the deck and spread the deck before the game. And if there is a joker there, it is the gaming equipment. It is incorrect. It has been tampered with. So the result of the hand cannot be trusted. So the deck is considered fouled in our tournaments and in many jurisdictions in Latin America. Well, unless a new hand hasn't started yet, because if a new hand has already started, there are rules that already cover it. You have substantial time to contest the result of the hand.
I would be a little concerned that something as simple as a card being found could stop a hand after there's been substantial action. It's kind of the ability to stop the train in its tracks. Um, like a joker. I understand you have regulatory issues, but it's like, oh, look, here's a joker, and you're on the turn, and there's piles of chips in the middle. That's
Yeah, but some jurisdictions understand that the gaming equipment has been fouled with. For example, it's just like not properly inflated footballs. You know, the fake gate with. So it's the equipment necessary for that competition to go on is not integer anymore. It is not in its complete and untouched state. Well, they didn't because they discovered it after the game, right?
How do you know where the card came from? If it
Use a microphone.
Yeah, yeah, I think it's very dangerous to call for a misdeal with substantial action, because especially like if it's on the tray in the tray, I think it's very different from if it's on the floor. Because if it's on the floor, imagine it's like some distance from a table. It could be from a different table, right? Right? It could be from a different table, right? Like imagine, honestly, like I can even imagine a very far-fetched situation. Basically, I'm in a very big pot and I think I am screwed. I'm going to lose this pot. And I message my buddy from a different table. Hey, can you throw a card on the floor between in on the floor in the space between us real quick, and then I'm gonna call the attention of the floor real quick, and then they're gonna void my hand rather quickly. You know, like I know it sounds very far fetched, and you guys laugh about it, but I think it's very dangerous. We call misdeal right away because I mean because every table probably used the same deck, right? Like that card could come from a different table. I think if it's especially if it's on the floor, I think it's very dangerous to call Mistio right away.
Yeah, I would also continue with the hand. The tray, that card in the tray doesn't mean anything because the card might have ended up in the tray during the hand actually that you were playing without nobody noticing it. So you don't know if it was there or not when the hand started.
Sorry, this to me is very easy. This is rule one. This is well, no, because you're going to find it in the tray. You're going to find it on the floor. You're going to find it under the rail. Like we've all had these circumstances. This I don't. I mean, I suppose we wanted to throw in an RP, we could, but an RP for any card found in the float, any card found under the rail, any card. I don't think you can write a thing without 900 exceptions. So I would argue that this is just rule one and do whatever you're already doing.
Hi, everybody. I'm Barbara. I work at South Point. I think if you find a card in your well, it's very easy. Count your muck. I mean, you've got 2 cards from each player in the muck. If your muck's off, then that card belongs in the muck. If your muck's not off, then yeah, it was there at the start of the hand.
Okay.
I believe the rule should just be simple. A discovered foul deck is a, you know, a an invalid hand, a steal. That simple. If it's discovered.
So that's my concern. That's why I say just use rule one, rather than us writing anything into the TDO. It's fine if you want to do that. Again, rule one. You're just avowing it. Say Ray says that he wouldn't kill it. Kenny said he wouldn't kill it. Somebody back there, so I don't remember who.
No, I'm saying if it's 100% sure it's foul, it can't continue, right?
But that's rule one. Yeah. If in her instance, if the dealer counts if you spread them up, you count it up, you realize you only got 51. You're using rule one to kill that hand. Chips back.
The muck. Like, count them up.
If you count them up, you can't count stuff. That's why it's rule one. Rule two, player responsibility. Don't throw your cards on the floor. Here you go.
How many of you in the room run tournaments that you play to the money and bag on day one? You play to the money, bag on day one. Oh, that's a lot. So I will waste my time with this. I didn't think I was going to waste my time. Multi-flights, play to the money, day one. Well, if there's a lot of people didn't do it, I would just make a comment and move on. But now that enough people are doing that, which is great. Yeah. So this one, it just drives me nuts. I don't even understand it. Okay. You're paying 100 spots. You're playing to the money on day one, and you get down to that last spot, and 3 people bust to get to the money. There are places out there that you have to put chips in the bag to get money, even though they're playing on the bubble to get to the money at the end of the day. Huh? All right, I'm moving on. I don't know. I'm not never doing that if I can help it. You're playing hand for hand to make the money. No, no, you're playing to the money. You're playing to the money. Huh? You're paying 100 spots, day one. Well, I do because I know what we're paying. No, it's not always approximate.
Yes.
It's not. So what did we do at Commerce? Justin. Yeah. You have
the way that we saw
you have to come back and get your money. Now the player he has money coming. He's going to come play your additional flights. He's going to come back the next day, maybe play another tournament. All of those things are good. Also, yeah, he still does it, even though he's arguing with
The
me.
way that we work it is we start payouts at 12.5%. It's a day one payout, and then 10% advance to day two.
Yeah, we've done that as well.
Yeah.
Sure, that makes sense as well. Yeah, but there are. So, how many people do not pay those people that busted out that you're playing to the money? It's insanity. Insanity. Okay.
I am not going to stand because I'm in front of the camera, but for the day one payouts that are bagging, if you have 3 people bust out to get to the money, we would then pay that third person that was on the bubble another min cash, and that would come out of the total prize pool at the end, and we would recalculate our prize pool.
So you wouldn't pay them. You would.
We would. So if we're paying 12%, and so we're doing a hand for hand with one person on the bubble, if we lose more than one person in that hand, both people get the payout. We would add an additional min cash for that 12%.
Wow. It's going the other way.
Yeah, multi-flight tournament, yes. So we have a min cash based on 12%. We would bag 8% going to day 2, but you're already in the money. So instead of those 2 people splitting that tiny payout, we add an additional minimum cash payout and readjust the calculation for the prize pool for day 2.
Interesting. No, okay.
That's fine.
Anyway, I kind of wanted to see where everybody was at with that, so. Okay. This is because of my terms, you're playing to the money on day 1. So you're playing to the money on day 1, and we are playing to the money on day 1.
The real money's on day 2. We would add another payout for like the
Right.
So the real money's actually
I know what my min payout is now every time, so like it's easy for us to split that at that time.
We
Okay.
used to
I'll move on.
we used to do it the same way. We just find it's easier to if you bag, you're in the money. If you don't bag, you're not in the money.
Easier.
It's easier, and the players don't care. They really don't mind. They all.
Cool.
It is easier.
Easier.
Wait,
Yeah, it's easier to say you're screwed. Just go away.
Yeah, that's right. You're screwed. Go away. Come back tomorrow. I do have a question though. Since we're playing to the money, if we have multiple flights, does anybody see a problem with the fact that the multiple flights end at different times? It used to be just based on the way players played that everything would be within about 15, 20 minutes, even with 5 flights.
Well, I'm going to make a suggestion that I know some of you in the room are doing, but you would never admit it because it's so bad that you will play a certain time or number of levels, and that you can't do both. Or you have to play to a percentage or a number of levels. You have to do one or the other. You can't do both.
But if you're playing to a percentage and you have 5 flights and one flight ends on level
Yeah, so
13,
we've
and
always
then
just
another
backed it up to
flight
the
ends
earliest
on
finishing,
level 16,
the earliest finishing level.
you just bring it back, and nobody has a problem with the fact that some people. I mean, we don't really have a problem with it. I'm not saying we do. I was just wondering if anybody else had any issues. That's the way we do it. Players like it. And it's kind of a 2-part question. If you have a structure where you're playing to a level, like maybe it's a more expensive buy-in or something like that, and you got a smaller field than you expected, and you get there a little bit too quick, so you need to stop because you're now at the money. So instead of playing 14 complete levels in day 1A, you only play 13 and a half levels. What do you do about B and C? Because we stopped because now we're down to our 12.5%.
Play to a percentage. Don't do either or. You're doing either.
Well, we're not doing well. We're not really doing either or. Right. We're trying to play as long as we can on day 1, but we don't expect to get to the money, and crazy things happen sometimes. and you get to the money a little sooner, all of a sudden they're playing 80 bigs deep for some reason.
Yeah, if you do time, that's what Justin said. If you do time, you can't be close to the bubble ever.
Right.
It needs to be well before.
But if you are, and you do, and you end early, do you then start flight B and C? Do you end those two early, or do you play them all the way out?
Well, the problem with you doing that is what if it's flight B that's now the throw one? Then what do you do? What if flight A plays the entire time, and then flight B gets to that level you're talking about?
I couldn't hear what you said.
If flight A plays the full time, and then flight B goes low, then what are you doing?
Right. Well, that's the second part question. Then flight C would just play the full time, and you would bring everybody back to where flight B ended.
So what I'm saying is, let's say you're paying 12.5%. You're paying 12.5%, and you don't want to play to the money, but you want to get close. Play to 13%. Right. You can. Just don't ever see that as being an issue if you play a short enough day or play to a percentage. I don't see it.
It's a crazy world. It's rare when people end 80 bigs deep also in a, $600 tournament, but
I think you should pick one or the other. Pick a level that's not going to get to the money, or play to a percentage where you know it's not going to get to the money. And you can figure out where it's going to be close.
Always. One thing I want to add about multiple flights and different level times, if you do organize these, which sometimes happens, you definitely always have to play to the same percentage. That's because if it's otherwise a very huge advantage for the players that are playing the shorter level flights. The way tournaments work uh, is like there's the ICM value of a stack, and the deeper you go in a tournament, the more your stack, even a starting stack, gets worth. The best example is actually the good old satellites, the old school satellites, let's call them like that, where a starting stack on the bubble is almost worth the seat. And the same applies a little bit less, of course, because of this payout structure of a tournament for regular tournaments. But I've made some calculations recently as well, where if you would have a stack that's all of a sudden where you play your shorter level, like so, let's say you have two flights, one with 40 minutes and one with 20 minutes. And in your 40 minutes one, the average stack is, let's say, 100,000. And at the end of the shorter level flights, the average stack would be 60,000 because you play the same amount of levels, but because you play less hands, of course, less players would get eliminated. In that case, the value of somebody that has a stack going through in the shorter flight can easily increase by 10 to almost 15% in value. And since poker is still a zero-sum game, that's money actually that's been taken from players that playing the earlier flights. So you always want to play to the same percentage. It's actually preferable. Basically, I would say almost in any case.
Yeah, I'll talk to you later, Jesse. We'll figure it out. Love you, brother. All right. Is anybody allowing people to cash multiple times in the same event? Yes. Anybody that has any legalities that doesn't allow you to? You're not allowed to in France, by the way. Okay. You as well? Okay. Oh, okay. All right. You guys all know what best stack forward is? How many are okay with best stack forward? Okay. How many are opposed? Yeah, you won't do it. Why?
For me, if you have a stack in a tournament, you're gonna
play that stack, and I'm not gonna let you gamble on a second stack. For me, you can only play a next flight if you're eliminated from the previous flight. I don't do wouldn't do surrendering or best stack forward or anything. You play, you have it back, or yeah, you carry on like the next day with that stack. I think it's the fairest in a sense.
So yeah, and so they and in Seminole Hard Rock they allow surrender. Um, there's was some theory out there that with best act forward you could be cheating. You could be bringing your chips and putting them to another day. There's issues with any multi-flight with doing something like that, by the way. But also, in addition to that, if you force them to bust at the end of the day and players super short and you know they're going to re-enter the next day, now they have every reason to dump their chips to somebody else. Or there's other reasons why that theory doesn't hold water.
We don't do best stack forward mostly for that reason, really. It can create a circus at the end with people just throwing in their chips and
That's what I'm saying.
you get rid of the end. So we don't do it. We don't do best stack
No, but I'm saying it actually could cause that. If I'm super sure I'm gonna and you don't allow best act forward.
You want people to bust this.
Or if I'm down to one chip and the clock goes off, I'm just gonna throw it under the table. I'm comfortably,
Yeah,
I mean?
I don't do best stack forward as well, just because we don't. Not a specific reason, but we do allow players to surrender their stacks into moments. One is right at the end of the registration, last hand before registration closes, and right after the last hand is dealt at the end of the day. So last hand is dealt, no more hands to come. You have the option to surrender your stack. Those are the two
We have
moments.
people that want to fire, they end the day with, you know, 10 big blinds or something like that. They want to come play again. And it might be first flight of a multi-flight event. And I don't know. I just don't see it. Well, you can easily do that. You just remove the chips from the first stack. No, but you can just tell everybody we had this player and this player. Anyway, whatever.
I know, but yeah.
All right, so this is what we talked about earlier. The guy says that consider eliminating random redraws. Big blind is rough having a redraw at 27-18 and final table. The final table is plenty, and it's not a procedure or anything like that. So just consider what some people are thinking, that there's too many redraws. Just that I think that people it's always been that way, that people feel like it's more random. You're getting down to the bigger money payouts, so they want to have some kind of random. Maybe they have a tough table at that time. That's why they're saying something. If they had easy table, they probably wouldn't say anything. But Paul's always been against redraws, so I don't know. I mean, it's something to think about. Again, that's not a procedure or anything like that.
Not on my side. We still do the same as you. It's 3-1 or 3-2-1. And the biggest part here as a player back in the day is that it's a disadvantage for the breaking table filtering into the last three tables, that because I know you guys are doing random breaking now, but we don't yet. And because of that, those players have been playing together for a long time. They know each other. Again, it matters most at this point, the final four, three tables, two tables. So having them redraw at this point gives like a fresh new start to know where you're at and everything else. So that's why.
Barney Bowden's saying there's a lot of players that are covering up their chips, so just be cognizant of that. I think it's something that's happening. Barney's with Poker Stars now, and he's a pretty knowledgeable player over the years, so just be careful about that. So I told him I'd bring it up. Anybody in the room still rounding up chips on the color changes? Rounding up chips?
You explained to us the other night, so
Meaning, meaning that everybody has a. If everybody had 100, you give them a 500. Is anybody not doing a race off? I think I've fixed most of that. There was a couple places I've been in the last couple of years that do that. Home games? All right. That's good. Good to hear. This one does come up quite often, not quite often, but it happens where an entire table or a player receives an improper starting stack, more or less, how to handle. I think that's probably rule one, but I think that you should be trying to correct those. But at what stage of the tournament? Didn't you have some comment on that, Paul? No? Seen it happen from time to time.
It can just be too late at some point where you just can't fix it. And that's that. The value of those chips that those players got in the beginning are now just worth completely different. You know, 3, 4 levels later, if you want to try to take those chips off them, it's just too late. Some players could have bust. So there is a line where it's just too late and there's nothing you can do and it is what it is. But of course, if it's fixable, fix it. Absolutely. If it's fixable and you think you can in the right way, I mean, this happened recently, and somebody messaged me about it, and I'd said just leave it. And
But you're not going into people's stacks. This guy doubled up.
well, this person did, but by the time she did that, like I think that everybody got like 10K too much, which I don't know how many blinds that was. I don't know what the blind structure was, but I don't know what that was when they received them. But when she took it off them, it was like 3 big blinds. I mean, it's just pointless. It's too late, you know. So I like I said, yeah, if you can fix it, fix it. But if it's too late, sorry guys, this happened. Tell the room what happened so that everybody has the same information and move on.
Okay, we already talked about the late registration and that a lot of people, the recreational players have told me that they dislike being moved a lot. Should anything be done? We already discussed that. A player bags up for day 2 and they say they're not going to return. What are you going to do? Are you going to pick them up or are you going to blind them off and remove their chips from play? I think you should be blinding them off 100% of the time. Somebody on the board disagreed with me. Was that you?
Exactly. Yeah. So, yeah, that's a good point. If they can make the money, they have a right to make the money, and that's fine. Put the chips out there; they have a right to make the money. If there is no chance at all that they can make the money, you've just got dead chips out there, which is not fair on that table. They've got one less player, so just take them out. They can't make the money. What to do that chips?
The only
Just
thing
be
that's evil is the
time.
player could say, you know what, my wife didn't want to do that. You should as well showed up.
I mean, we had a player die once, you know.
Yeah,
like,
there you go.
So, but if they show
If you took it off from
Well,
like, oh,
you have to know that the player's not coming. If there's ambiguity, then you leave it there. You know, if it's just a dead
point.
stick, we don't know where the player is, then you leave it. But if some player comes up, my dad's died, I'm leaving tomorrow, I'm not coming back. All right, so well, we're going to take your chips out of play, and that's it. So I mean,
And then they shut it the next day.
Then too late. We've told you. We've told you. We've told you. So.
I did see that.
We paid a dead guy. You took it off my slide. We let a dead guy blind off right here at the Aria Casino, and we paid their family the higher price.
Perfect. Perfect.
Looking at Bernie's. How are you?
He wasn't coming back, Toby. I promise you. Yeah, it was a dead stack.
Oh, he can make the money, then you need it then. That's the difference. It's a tough spot.
All right, end of day procedure. I think this was you, Jason. Yeah. All right. Uh-huh. Come on, Mike. I brought it up to the board.
You can speak on it. So I know me and Ray were talking recently, and he was telling me that he implemented some new procedures for end of day when you are playing like just 10 levels and bagging, main event example, things of that nature. However, I don't exactly know the details. I would love to hear it. I kind of want everyone in the room to hear it. I like it, and I want to change. Right now, what we're doing at the Hard Rock is still just pausing the clock with 10 minutes left and then drawing for X number of hands. And I do know a lot of venues draw a different number of hands based on full tables, short tables, things of that nature. So if someone could speak about
Yeah, it was one of the things actually I still wanted to bring up. I see a lot of venues, and especially on the American continent. I would say as a player who travel and who plays a bit around the globe, that the clock always gets stopped at 10 minutes prior to the end of the level, no matter what. But this kind of defeats the purpose of the stopping the clock earlier and drawing over a certain amount of hands. That's because the reason this was implemented is in order to prevent people from stalling near the end of the day, so that at the end of the day, they would not know where the big blind or the button would end, so they could not like stall the game in order to avoid paying the big blind. But if you're always going to stop 10 minutes prior to the end of the day, players will stall and try to make sure that they don't pay the big blind anymore. What we do, for example, in PokerStars tournaments, and don't know the exact numbers, Toby might help me with that specifically, but it's stop the clock between 7 and 13 minutes, random, between 7 and 15, uh, based on tournament discretion. And that can be like if you might want to wait a little bit longer because you still want to break a table or not. Uh, and then we draw a random number of hands. It's just three to six hands random. Always three to six, no matter how many. And yeah, and then it's the tournament, it's the floor that decides when the clock stops, and we let a player actually draw with just the deck of cards, like between the 3 and the 6, and that will determine the amount of hands that will be played. In that way, there's actually no way for the players to determine like where the button or where the big blind will end at the end of the day, and that prevents stalling, and it works perfect. They have. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen it like countless times when there's 20 minutes left at the end of the day, that the players are looking at the clock, and the guys that are like might get into the big blind by the time the day is done, they're just starting to stall like starting to stall. And yeah, you can kind of calculate it a little bit if you know 5 is the maximum you're gonna play, and
Sorry, I just want to correct. It's 3 to 5 we do. We used to do 6, but we found it was too many in some tournaments. But we have changed to 5 now, so it is 3 to 5, not to 6.
Doing 7, 8, 9, right?
for us, I think also if you have tournaments, again, going to multiple flights, if you have a 30-minute clock, I would say stopping at 15 minutes is too short. It's like you can then choose maybe to do it between 5 and 10 minutes if it's only 15 or a 20-minute clock, whatever. It's a bit up to like common sense and floor's discretion at that point anyway. It needs to be random indeed. That's just all you want to have. For me, it's no problem if a player needs to pay still twice the big blind at the end of the day. It's still random. Like yeah, it just happens to be if
Kenny,
that's the case.
for us, we do 15 minutes and we're doing 6, 7, 8. I know it seems a lot of hands, but because of the 2-minute runoff is why we're determining it to be 6, 7, or 8. We're trying to hit the middle there, the top and the bottom.
Yeah, that's you don't want to have a fixed time when the day ends. That's all you want to have. It needs to be random. Like
If you're stopping at the same time all the time, you might as well just let the clock run to zero. It works the same. If only they would play poker. Yep. Just to add to the previous topic about having extra chips, what we do is that our floor staff always, when we are starting a tournament, we always do a briefing meeting with the dealers of that section of tables. So we gather the dealers. The floor staff will go through these structure sheets. Okay, guys, you are dealing a turbo with 25,000 chips. The breaks are at X amount of time, and we should have a dinner break at this hour, and we should bag and tag about 12 this evening. So we give them a rundown, a small briefing, so that they can answer most of the questions that the players will have, because players will sit down, hey, when's the next break? So the dealers already know, because they've been dealing another tournament before, so they are rebriefed to what they're having, and it helps them to quickly identify if there's any mistakes on the stacks in front of them. We have very nice turbos. Should come down and play.
Hey, Matt. Real quick, with players not returning, I know we're talking about bagging up for day 2 and things like that, but in a regular tournament, player leaves, all in call, player leaves thinking they lost and have no chips, but the player didn't have them covered, so there's lots of chips left, or a small amount, or a player just says, I'm done, I'm not playing, I'm leaving. Removing chips from play, or let them stay until they're blinded off?
I mean, you have to just leave them there. Only thinking because they could be steamed and then they walk to their car and they come back. You know what I mean? That's the only thing I'm thinking about. Or, maybe they didn't realize they were all in and they come back, or somebody called them and said they were all in, or they still had chips left, or any of those situations. I think you still have to just blind them off. Yeah. Okay. Almost done. We're gonna get to that. There we go. All right. I'm getting reinvigorated. My pet peeves are coming up. All right. All in player not present at the for the deal. So the deal gets completed. I still get this question a lot. Why are we not turning those cards up? Player was all in, even though they weren't in their seat. Don't. They can't win because that second card hits a button. Their hand is dead. Don't expose cards. Anybody still exposing cards of players that are not in their seat when that last card, when they're all in? Good, because I do get the question from the players quite a bit. Alex Anfonsi in Italy, who works at San Remo, just there. He said, you're misdealing. You put the flop up too early because there's still action in play. And he's saying, what if the players actually folding? And then he come to the table and goes, I was folding. I was already throwing my cards forward. I'm going to fold. Should you leave the flop up? Whatever. I just told him I'd bring it up. Uh, I don't have a problem really with leaving that up, to be honest. Even though he still has his cards, he was folding. He said he was folding. The flop came up. I just think it's an angle for one of those two players, or whatever. It's an angle for one of those two people to not do that. Going back to the other thing we talked about leaving the flop up, that guy was folding. He said he was folding. He was attempting to fold before that happened. Why are we bringing back that flop? Well, yeah, rule number one, I think. And what is the downside? Right. All the angle is now I'm going to call. Now I've seen the flop. Now I'm going to play. I call. Right. Let them fold. Don't bring back the flop. Anybody opposed to that? Right. No, that's got to go back. Yeah, you got to redo it. Anyway, that's a good one. I mean, Alex, I hope you're watching in Italy. Yeah. Payouts and pay jumps. We had this issue. How many are still going to final tables with 10 players? Yeah. We decided years ago, a few summits ago, that it was always best to go with 5 and 5 instead of the 6 and 5. And players have asked me, when you have the 6 and 5 or 7 and 6 or whatever, should you be moving one player from the other table, back and forth if they're playing too long, unbalanced? But we decided that the balancing table was best at 9. But again, the World Series of Poker does it at 10 also. I don't know any players that like playing 10-handed except for Pat Lyons, and I don't even know if you know Pat Lyons, but he likes it. Who likes playing 10-handed? Who stopped running 10-handed tournaments? You start 10-handed, and is it because of space? Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you have to. On the first week of the EPT, it's like I hate it. The players hate it. We get a lot of complaints for it, but it just is what it is. We just get so many players, and it's basically we have 150 people playing in that 10 seat, or we have another 150 people on a waiting list.
I have heard that just because it's easier to set up stacks for 10 players, that we start 10 players.
No, not well. We have 10 stacks on the table anyway, so not for us.
Players prefer to play 9 or 8. 8. Yeah, it's already there as a procedure, right, Mike? About 5 and 5. Yeah. Yes. No, we redraw 7. Yes. So the tables before the draw for the final table are balanced. So 5 and 5 or 4 and 4 goes to 7. Final table should always have an odd number of players at the table. We didn't bring that up at the World Series because they still do 10 with the unofficial final table.
There is no
I know. Because the unofficial final table. You
There is
can't.
no unofficial.
Yeah, but if you're not the official final table, then it's unofficial.
You're so happy to be the final table. Oh, but yeah, you only made the unofficial final table. No, let's join and make the final table. The last. The final table is the last table.
But it's actually unofficial. Because it's unofficial, that's why. All right. But if you're doing that, I think the payout should be the same at 9th and 10th if you're doing redrawing from 10 to 9. You agree with that? That's 2 payouts should be the same. I think it was Hammer that was arguing with me about that. And then I changed it and everybody said, "What are you doing?"
So you're saying that you should have, if you're going 5 and 5 down to 9, to have the same payout of 10 and 9. I probably agree with that for about 95% of tournaments. I think there's certain tournaments that you actually need a pay jump from 10th to 9th. Example would be today's mystery bounty tournament at Aria, because we do put in one large bounty at the final table. So that's a huge dynamic change at that. It's not, whoa, okay. I disagree with your opinion on that. I think it's unfair to do that. Like, everyone competing in the tournament has the ability to make final table. Everyone does. We have in the rules that you have to draw, all envelopes have to be drawn prior to final table starting. So today in the mystery bounty tournament, once we get down to 9, then there are 8 envelopes in the drum, and then we will be adding a $10,000 bounty into that drum. So at that point, there needs to be, if not a pay jump in terms of the prize pool payout, there still needs to be a hard hand for hand in that situation because of the huge dynamic change going from 10 to 9. But I did not agree with the previous statements that reserving one large bounty for the final table is unfair. I don't think it is unfair at all. I think people misuse the term unfair. Every single player who bought into that tournament had the ability to make the final table. And we have it in our rules that you can draw your bounty at any time. The only time we make you draw is before the final table begins.
Okay. That's fair. Fair enough. But what if you make the unofficial final table? It drives BJ Nemeth, it drives him absolutely insane. So I tell him that every time I see him. I don't know what that's there for. I'm not sure how that got in there. What? Okay, go ahead.
No, they said yes, he has to be in the, so the example from the Italy guy, he had to be in the process of mucking as it was coming.
No, I understand.
Yeah, but if he wasn't in the process and he said, oh, I'm gonna muck anyway, people are all bringing it back, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
But why?
Reanimation. Yeah. He saw the flop, then decided to pull. Not fair to the rest of the team.
Well, the other two guys are already in the pot. They're already committed. It's not, why is it not fair? That card's standing.
Because he saw you go, when the flop came, and you're his buddy, and he goes, oh yeah, I'm gonna fold, leave it. Like, I mean, it's just literally the information. But if he doesn't fold, then our.
There's a bet and call already. Listen. The bet and call already.
Yeah.
Why would we bring it back to this guy's play?
Because he made out fold. Well, yeah, well, that card. Might play. But if he played the card with that, so that's either way.
And we're gonna lose the whole card there. Why we got to bring back the card?
Can we check his work?
Yep. No, it's has to have.
It's just the flop.
There's a bet call, and this plays turn and turn. Now we go back and say, okay, what you gonna do? So the guy mucks. Why we bring back that card?
I don't think a player should be able to control the cards that are on the board. When you go and you ask and say, do you want to fold again? You and I are buddies. I'm looking over at you, and you're basically going, please keep the flop, please keep the flop, please keep the flop. Like now I know all I have to do is fold, and you get to keep the flop if you want it. Whereas if I say, oh no, I plan on calling, the cards go back. So I think like the way it is standard now, the cards have to go back no matter what. So I just, me personally in that scenario, I think the cards have to go back.
Okay. Yeah, I do. All right, here's my pet peeves.
Oh, I can't
Yeah.
play.
I can't
He knows he has 15 minutes left, and this slide has to happen.
All right, so I have some pet peeves out there. Again, a lot of these things you guys keep doing what you want to do, but at least a couple of these you should be doing, having something proactive. Uh, best stack forward we already talked about. I still think that's fine. Racks on the floor. Now, if you haven't seen my video, I have a video out there. Please watch it. It's got thousands and 100,000 views, something like that. Some of them I haven't shown to people. Emily, train the dealers to take the racks. No, there's places to put it. Right next to the dealer. It'll sit right there. No. Yeah, they will, and that from the dealer. Tell the dealers to stop throwing them on the floor. You can put it, the tray is here. Give me a rack, somebody. You put it right here. Or here. Or there's no chips in the tray. You put it right on top. Yes, in Europe they do. And all the dealers take it. Zero issues. I'm hot right now. I'm pissed. Shut up.
And it's a good video, Matt.
It is a great video. I wanted to show it, but I can't get any audio. It has music to it. Please, if you haven't seen it, come up here. I'll show it to you. Check it out. But listen, I mean, Emily, please. It is. Watch the video. There's a lot of places to put it. Most places don't even have chips in the tray, or some places don't, or they can put it on the side. The players themselves could hold it themselves and not throw it on the floor as well. Yes.
Has any venue tried like
a bag thing on the back of the dealer
We
chair?
talked about it. There's some people that have already come to me with an idea of doing that as well. I
Yeah.
think that's a great idea.
The players would know they could put it in there themselves most of the time and not even bother the
Montreal,
dealer.
amongst all of the great things they do, have racks by the tables that the players can just go put the racks in, and it works amazingly. And there's hardly any racks on the floor there. So I think us as operators could find places for the players to put them, so they're not throwing them on the floors. Instead of throwing under the middle of the table where their dirty, nasty feet are all day, and somebody has to go around and pick them up later. Train your players not to throw them on the floor. It's pretty simple. Next. Continued. No seating reentries before alternates or new players. Why?
Yes.
He's a new player.
Right. It's a new player.
As a rebuy tournament. Not only that, the only seat open is one he just came out of, and you're going to put him right back in it. Why not just sell him the rebuy at the table? But those are new players. They're people that are coming to play your event, and you're letting people that just re-enter, and then they have to keep waiting and waiting. Every time you do it, I get 10 messages. Do you believe what they're doing here?
Mhm.
You're not the only one doing it. Somebody else is doing it. I've seen it, but you're doing it as well? Why?
No.
Yes.
Honestly, Maryland Line does it because
Maryland Line does it because Mike Smith wants it. That's why he does it. Mike Smith's probably texting me right now. I'm sure he's texting me. I know Mike's been watching. I don't know.
So for those that are doing this, I don't think I understand the point that they've already waited in line and you don't want to make them wait in line again. However, you're allowing somebody that's an alternate see a player bust out and they are continuing to wait for a seat even though they've already waited in line. Well, this question is specific for alternates being sat before reentry or after reentry.
You just have a stand in line. So you just have people stand in line. It'll get an alternate ticket.
Yeah, sorry, I want. Can you clarify? You're not actually selling tickets. You don't alternate one. You make them stay standing in the line. And so when the seat opens, if I go bust and I don't want it, you will then sell it to Kenny. But if I come rocking up going, I want back in, then you sell that seat to me. So you don't actually have an alternate one.
I don't have and I have never had a scenario at Regatta in which I have run out of seats. It has never happened.
So
I've never still have seat back.
That was the day that I got all those messages.
I'm not playing.
You do it though, right? You have, yeah. They're trying to reward players that show up early. All right.
I can't find it right now, but I thought I read one time that if a player decides to rebuy, that they should not take a break and come back. That they should be immediately put back into the tournament.
That's a rebuy tournament, yeah.
A rebuy tournament.
Yeah.
So what? I think there's
The next one's self-explanatory. In France, they do this. And I get a seizure every time I see it. No. There's no quarter chips anymore. We got rid of those years ago. But doing the blinds at 100, 300, and 200, 500, and 1,000, 2,500. It just it's the way it should be. The big blind is playing. The big blind is putting an ante in, and you're making them pay. Basically, it's 100 and 600. I come from a place where they play limit hold'em, and it was always the 30-60 limit hold'em was always 20 and 30 blinds. 15-30, Linda, always 10-15. Yeah. There's no big blind ante there either. Right. Capping yourself for a check.
Yes.
I can't stand it. You guys are sitting there like
Yes.
unclear betting. What are you doing? Why do you allow that, Paul? I've seen it on your streams. Stop it. I just got a tweet about it. Somebody just asked me about that just a couple seconds ago. All right. Training dealers protect the one seat, please. Seriously, it's a problem. All right. I don't have time to get through all your stuff, Shannon. I'm sorry, I got it there, but it's for the it's I want to get that out there. Shannon has a lot of please. If you're running mixed game tournaments, this guy cares more about mixed game tournaments than just about anybody in the world, and we really appreciate it. Shannon, you have business cards. He's got ideas that you can't believe, and he's got a bunch of things that he has out there. But the things we're looking forward to in TDA coming up. Jen is going to work with us on trying to get the rules more fluid. And the best part about her doing that is we don't have to hear her talk. She's just going to write it. That's the best part. And she's going to please tell us about that because it is good. It is good. And your AI too. You're good. Okay.
But I have a couple of things I still want to bring up because we're wrapping up, and one of them is
Yeah, definitely. There's things to bring up.
I just don't want people to feel like let's all bolt and people still have things to say. So, yeah, I have been working on rewording a lot of the rules, and I did email a few people. If I did email you and you asked me to email in you and you don't have it yet, I couldn't read it. So please come back to me and write it again because somebody's ended with like an LV or an IV and I don't know what it said. And then there was another one somebody gave me today. I can't read it. So come back and I'll send it to you again. Anyways, there is a lot of rules we have for manipulating of chips. We did agree on something in 2017 and you did not bring it up in all of these slides. Remember how we talked about that? You didn't bring it up. So we agreed on a rule in 2017 because I checked my notes, but we don't have anything written about it. So the situation is
Yes,
okay.
yeah.
So blinds are 500 and 1,000. The person in the big blind is using a 5K chip for their 1,000. Okay. It's pretty simple. Everyone's going to think this is easy, but okay. So 500,000 with a 5K chip out, it gets raised to 6,000. Comes back to the big blind who has his 5K chip out. He pulls back the 5K chip, drops a 25K chip. Who says that's a call? Who thinks it's a raise? Okay, why is it a raise? So the rule we have that we currently have says if you do a full pullback and dropping one chip is a call. That is the rule that we have right now. So now if you keep that in mind, the rule says a full pullback and dropping one chip is a call. Now think of the same situation, 500 and 1,000 with a 5K chip out. It's raised to 3,000. Comes back to the guy with the 5K in front of him. It's 3,000. Pulls back the 5K, drops a 25K. But that's not what the rule currently says. The rule currently says if you do a full pullback, drop one chip, it's a call. So yes, we all understand that should be a raise because the current the chip that he had out there covered the current amount. So correct. So all I'm saying is when we are going to work on rewording the rules, this is going to get put in there. We need to have some verbiage saying if the current chips with brackets covers the current amount and you do a full pullback, then your new chip is not going to be like a one chip call. However, we're going to word that. It's going to be here. So everybody is cool with that, right? We just don't have the wording. Yeah, I know, but I had to agree. If it's written in there in black and white saying if it covers the current call amount, then you pulling it back, then what if he limped? What if it was what if it was 1,000? Yeah, I know. I got them all. Okay, so that was one situation I just want to make sure we were going to put in there and that everyone was cool with because we did agree in 2017. I had it written in my notes and it just never got put in there. Okay, so another thing I have to bring up is when it's heads up, I bet Carl calls. The second he calls, I muck my cards because I'm a donkey and I tried to bluff and I know he's got me. Who now can ask to see his cards? That's what I'm asking because this got brought up by several people over the last few months with me. Because our rule currently says you have to be in possession of cards to ask to see, but people are like, "That's the winning hand. I should have the right to see the winning hand." So that's the argument people are making.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Matt. What do you got to say?
I just have to bring somebody up here to say a couple words. But
We just got two more. They're real quick.
all right,
So we're agreeing that nobody can ask to see those cards.
don't
Is
leave.
that what we're agreeing? Yeah. It's not really uncontested. It's not like somebody bet and nobody called. It was bet and call. Yeah, okay, I agree. I just want to make sure that everybody is on the same page with that because there was nothing written and everyone seems to think that you have the right to see the winning hand. Where's my other one? Just last quick thing for Carlos here from Colombia. He had a suggestion that I was thinking about yesterday when everybody was talking about what can you do to incentivize players to register early, and he has already something written up completely kind of copying what they do online, giving you all-in bubble protection. Have you guys heard of that? How they do that online? If you register, you're not late reg, you're a regular person signing up before the tournament has started. So you do it live? Yeah. Oh, you invented it and then online copied you. Wow, that sucks. So he's got something written up too. If anybody wants to look at what he's got, it was like you cut in a percentage of the early registrants. So if 150 people register total in your event and 50 of them were early, are you timing me? That's fine. He lets 5 people get cut in. Okay, fine. Talk to Carlos if you want to know.
All right, got to introduce.
What's up?
All right, coming up, Hall of Famer Mario Scandani, the one that let us use the studio. He's going to say a few words about what goes on in Poker Go. Maury's a man. Sorry, Maury, got tied up. There you go.
Well, I wish I was sitting here all day yesterday too. I'm not kidding. This is good conversation for sure. But the only thing I can think of is the memory from 20 some years ago in a cruise ship. In a cruise ship, that I'm in a game. Again, forgive me if I don't recall exactly what happened. It was one of those rulings that I was a pro in town for 20 some years. I'd seen it all and heard it all. I was the poker host at the Mirage at some point. People would come to me with all sort of complaints, and I'll see things. So this hand comes down again 20 something years ago in the cruise ship, and it involves a nice elderly lady Alma McLennan, and you know her. So she's in a hand, and I can't remember, it was either substantial action or something that like you know uh, the dealer she acted out of turn, but what was 100% sure, she didn't mean it. So if she acted out of turn, the player called it. As you know, if you put a lot of rules in there, the players that know the rules can use it against the novice at the right time. So you have to be careful. So I knew this player immediately called it. Like some like she had a pair and then he opened the bigger pair. She didn't notice. She bet, and the player said, "Okay, I'm checking. That bet stands. That bet stands." One of those. And I'm listening to this. I'm not saying anything. I wasn't a poker player anymore. I was actually there for different reasons, different business starting, and my head down and hoping the tournament director that he called over come over and make the right ruling. Because I knew Alma, I knew 100% that's not what she meant, and that was not action out of turn. It should have been, although the ruling is right, but the person that came in, I was hoping he knew enough to say, okay, like this is the ruling. And this young man shows up, listens to the whole thing, and I got my head down. I'm saying, oh my God. He says, yeah, that is definitely action out of turn. But, and then he said, but I was so happy. Wait a second. This is a guy that knows his stuff. He said, but we know this is not what she meant to do. And, like this is not the case here. We're going to let it slip. And if you check, she has the right to check or bet. That young man was this man. I didn't know who he was at that time. And what comes and there he is. I was very happy to see that, like even the newcomers at that time to me that like, like they had it all. Huh? I can't remember. I can't remember that far back. Yeah. Eric Drake doesn't go on a cruise ship unless he has the whole thing to himself. He doesn't share it. Well, anyway, I hope everyone had a good time here, and this is definitely, it's something that, especially with rampant tournaments coming up, so many more tournaments than the old days. These sort of rules, it's nice to bring everybody together. So I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much.
Right, thank you. And I want to say thank you to my parents, Tim, where you at? Tim, thank you. He's the one that set up everything last night and he cleaned up everything. So as you're getting up, please clean up your seat and around your seat. Throw it in the trash cans on the way out. I want to give you guys a big thanks for showing up. You guys showed up in force this year. Hope you learned some things this week and we came up with some ideas that maybe you haven't seen before. But I do really appreciate it. The TDA does not exist without you guys. And of course, we're all doing this for the benefit of the players. So I do appreciate you guys all being here. Thank you so much. I hope to see all of you more than just every 2 years. Please, if you haven't seen the rack video, come check it out. I got it for you. It's amazing. And we are talking about doing global TDA summits in different parts of the world. I did one in Japan last year. It sold out literally in 15 minutes to 100 people. We're talking about doing one in Taiwan as well. And also in Europe, we're going to do one there as well. So if you're willing and able to go to those places, this is not just a national organization. As you can see in the room, we have people from all over the world here, and I'm so proud of you guys for being here, caring about poker industry. Thank you so much.